could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-70s
One two one one 1211. All right, y'all. I'm not sure what happened with the audio there. I should have been playing.
7, I was convicted.
It's back now.
In a trial that can only be described as a legal lynching. In 1979, I was able to escape with the aid of some of my fellow comrades. I saw this as a necessary step, not only because I was innocent of the charges against me, but because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered in prison. I later arrived in Cuba, where I am currently living in exile as a political refugee. The New Jersey State Police and other law enforcement officials say they want to see me brought to justice. But I would like to know what they mean by justice. Is torture justice? I was kept in solitary confinement for more than 2 years, mostly in men's prisons. Is that justice? My lawyers were threatened with imprisonment and imprisoned. Is that justice? I was tried by an all-white jury without even the pretext of impartiality and then sentenced to life in prison plus 33 years. Is that justice? Let me emphasize that justice for me is not the issue I am addressing here. It is justice for my people that is at stake. When my people receive justice, I am sure that I will receive it too.
That is.
So, how to approach this? All right, let's just be upfront. Yeah, Cuba's ministry released the news on September 25th, 2025. American citizen Assata Shakur passed away in Havana, Cuba, due to health conditions and advanced age. I know some people have been saying like she lived free because she escaped the pit of the United States carceral system. She wasn't free. She wasn't. She was hounded by the United States. She did not have freedom of movement outside of Cuba. So I will push back on that. that we cannot normalize that as freedom. We cannot celebrate that as a victory. I think she was still on the run. You know what I mean? So, while I understand the sentiment, I don't think we should be normalizing that as freedom. Uh, so, and then right before starting this stream and not knowing how to really have this conversation, I seen that her family didn't want it revealed yet, that they wanted some time before everyone else knew. And I don't know. It's a kind of, it's kind of weird to say that, and I hope it's not a disrespectful comparison, but like we didn't find out that MF Doom passed away until quite some time after, and his family, and again, as any family deserves, got that right to mourn privately. And to think that Assata's family did not get that is just a continued disrespect and dehumanization of her and her family. And I respectfully don't want to participate in that. And when I started this channel, I'm like, yeah, let me combat liberal Zionism because I'm like so frustrated with seeing its normalization. This was prior to October 7th, and I was already seeing it. And the only reason I was able to see that was because of a Palestinian mentor who I owe so much to. And so I said, let me speak out. Let me do something about it. And I also, and in the process, I wanted to make sure that I didn't have a rad-lib white audience. The first edited video that I make after speaking to FD, I will always be grateful to, or be, his willingness to talk to me and hear me out and giving me his time to educate me on this, on how to make it online as a non-white political commentator, if you will. And I appreciate him looking out for me. Dr. Ball being gracious enough not just to have a conversation here, but to have me on Black Liberation Media. What I'm trying to get at is, and I think the community reflects this that I have here, it's not a white space. And the first edited video I make is about Latinos and the usage, brown people, whatever you want to call us, the usage of the N-word. Because the anti-blackness is so normalized and so prevalent in our community. And if I'm going to be, I don't see anybody else but one of the few brown voices over here, I'm going to use it to combat anti-blackness. I'm going to use it to combat so many things that are normalized within my community. And I guess what I'm trying to say in a long way, and my apologies for speaking about myself in this moment, is if her family didn't get the respect of mourning privately like that, which it just breaks my fucking heart to think about, because it's like, when does the disrespect stop? I think that it's weird to Dr. Ball asked me not to call him Jared, not Dr. Ball. And I'm like, dude, fuck that, bro. The disrespect that black intellectuals get in general, black people as a whole, but also when you break down the fact that most non-black students don't have like black teachers in general. And so we're never really in a classroom learn how to respect a black educator in that regard, and I'm like, I'm not gonna give an inch in that in that normalization. Um, and like I'm in this weird situation where there was things I wanted to talk about, and I'm like, you know what? We can have that conversation, and we will have these conversations. And her legacy, it's on us on all of us to make sure it lives on. And we're gonna be doing that for the rest of our lives. And if her family didn't have that time, like who the fuck am I? Who the fuck are we? Uh, to not give them that. And I was watching Millennials Are Killing Capitalism. That Jared, I will call Jared. And but the thing is, I don't. I'm not saying this to judge what he's doing over there. In fact, the things that Renee say, what I tuned into, what I was listening to Renee say, in fact, encouraged me to make this decision. Because Renee said something along the lines that one of the things that's going to be frustrating is seeing how many people are going to profit or capitalize, get subscribers, get clicks out of this situation, out of this passing of a revolutionary hero. And though I think it's obvious that that's not what I'm trying to do here, I don't even want a fucking hint of it. Especially seeing that her family wanted some privacy at this moment. Disappointed in the Cuban government if that was the case, that they would release this, because they didn't know this information to anyone. But also, to be fair, credit for years of refusing to compromise with the United States and offering her to them to return her to the U.S. So it's a weird position, but I hope you understand that if we could just have, I don't even know how to say it, because I don't know if it's a moment of silence. I don't know what you would refer it to, but just an acknowledgement, and at least hear a pause to say, if this is unfortunately true about her family, let's err on the side of conscious and just give them that space. You could say that I'm being dramatic. You could say that I'm overthinking it. Maybe, but I also understand that, like, I jokingly say that as any good brown leftist, you consume as much black radical thought as possible and do your best to live up to it and to communicate it and apply it to the brown community. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I really don't. Just that we will we'll double back on it. If that's what you're interested in, I can't even speak, man. Interested in hearing today, then please, by all means, go check out Millennials Are Killing Capitalism. I believe Renee Johnson's on there right now. Again, I'm not saying this in any way to disrespect them, to disparage what they're doing. I think listening in this morning was beautiful. It was powerful. But I'm just some being over here by myself, you know? So I think there is some respect owed on my part to say if that is valid. Then, and it seems like it was, because I haven't seen the family speak out. That's what concerned me. And the individual who I saw voice this, Kimberly, and I'm blanking on the name right now, my apologies, I think is a valid source. So yeah, my apologies. I'll change the title. I'll do that shortly or after the stream. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this is not what you're expecting. But yes, so we'll do that. You know, we'll pay our respects and we'll double back, and we're never not going to be talking about her in one way or another. So our condolences to her family. And again, millennials for killing capitalism are doing great work there. Yeah, I know I joke around a lot about Jared, but he's doing great work, and he's platforming and giving space and to the right people. Absolutely. Yeah. It's heartbreaking because the victories that we're forced to celebrate, you know. Um, yeah. We'll come back to this. We will. And yeah, I was literally listening to. I think she's about to say this part that really caught my attention.
But I think what Hiram said that was really like of everything else also very important is, you know, to remember that she was a revolutionary, right? She was radical. She was the Black radical tradition, full revolutionary, full like.
They're live right now, so please, I'm not going to take it personal if anybody decides to go over there. You're going to have great guests. Like, I'm genuine. This isn't about views today. All right. Let's keep it moving. The best that we can. All right. And I will be changing the title. My apologies once again. But why the fuck would you want to hear my brown ass say anything right now when you have great radical intellectuals on millennials are killing capitalism speaking on it right now? That's the other part, right? And is there something about Assata specifically you would like me to cover next week? Don't hesitate to drop it in the chat. DM me. David Barnes, I see you. You got like 25 things. I got some queued up that I want to go over. Whenever you see these white rat libs who will most definitely be contributing to the empire's whitewashing of revolutionary leaders, and you see something that just doesn't sit right with you, don't hesitate to either timestamp it, clip it out, and send it my way. We will cover it. David Barnes, always hitting me up, and I appreciate it. And it's on me to make sure that we make time to cover those things. But you know that I yap, and give me a second, y'all. I'll manage to turn the gears, and we'll get back to it. Maybe reading this will help. I've been meaning to talk about this for a second. It got written September 9th, but we've just been messing around with other stuff. And this is by Alberto Medina. In Puerto Rico, Donald Trump is making colonialism great again. The increasing U.S. military presence on the island is Trump's latest overtly colonial move to dominate and exploit Puerto Rico. The silver lining of Trumpism has always been this: it takes the rotting horrors of American public life, shines a garish light on them, and makes them harder to ignore. And I think for us on the left, this is what is so it's almost like relieving. Like you don't have that extra burden of having to bypass the liberal propaganda and normalization efforts of atrocities. If it would have been the Republican Party that had led the genocide of Palestinians by the Zionist proxy, and it would have been their political candidate that was being protested to stop, the presidential candidate, to stop their regimes, their cabinets, genocide against Palestinians. Do you really believe that they were going to get support by the media when they were able to be sassy and say, "I'm talking now," and the whole crowd would erupt? It would have been done in a different way. They would have been grabbed, probably physically assaulted, and thrown out. And if the media dare recovered it, at the very least, liberals would have commented and wagged their fingers instead of applauding. So when these brutes, these rabid reactionaries are in control, it allows us on the left to bypass the PR and the bullshit of the Democratic Party. It allows us to literally point at the screen and tell people who are apolitical, because liberals are a waste of time, people who are working too hard and too burdened by life to engage politically or to find the importance and significance of it yet. And it's our job to educate them and raise that class consciousness. But it makes it easier to just point and be like, you see what's occurring? And then you could actually talk about the subject immediately. Whereas when liberals are in charge, there's so much bullshit that you have to make your way through to even start the conversation about the subject itself and not the distractions. All right. Racism getting a little too subtle. Trump will call immigrants animals, accuse Haitians of eating family pets, and hire actual Nazis to work in his administration, leaving no doubt about the racial animus at the heart of the US politics. Is corruption too well hidden behind bureaucracy or obscured by complex financial malfeasance? Trump will launch a brazen crypto scheme. Like, absolute shameless, bro. And accept a luxury jet from a foreign government, making rent-seeking and bribery easier for all to see. Now, the Trump administration is doing the same for Puerto Rico's colonial status, the domination, exploitation, and occupation that has always defined the relationship between the US and Puerto Rico, but that have often been concealed from view, are suddenly front and center. To wit, Donald Trump is making colonialism great again. And we see this by the Zionist entity, how they are shamelessly celebrating the destruction, the extermination of Palestinians. They are planning, not even scheming. It is just an open forum, a town hall to plan the utter erasure of Gaza, the conquest of the West Bank. If they would have been in charge, the rabid Zionists would have been in charge on the onset of the colonization of Palestine, its success to occupy wouldn't have been as secured. It wouldn't have the success that it did because liberal Zionists were in control, were in charge, were the ones that he initiated the legitimization of the Zionist entity. It was the Golda Meir's, Bernie Sanders' former lover, and her strategy, the liberal Zionist strategy of her predecessors, to say as little as possible and do as much as you can. I first wrote about this back in July when I described how the Trump administration's raids were terrorizing immigrant communities in Puerto Rico. The United States has always had the power to decide who can and cannot live in Puerto Rico and has always conducted immigration enforcement on the island. Now, honestly, that's something that I did not even think about. Of course it would. Of course that would be the situation. But the sheer volume and violence of raids during the second Trump term have underscored the colonial reality. Weeks after I wrote that piece, Trump essentially launched a financial coup of Puerto Rico. In early August, he dismissed 6 of 7 members of the Financial Oversight and Management Board, the federal entity that governs Puerto Rico. It's a long story, but here's one short version. The board is in charge of restructuring the island's debt. My mic continues to shake, and I don't know if that's bothering the audio for y'all. Let me know if that's the case. The board is in charge of restructuring the island's debt and negotiates with major bondholders like hedge funds. When Trump replaces the fired board members with his hand-picked replacements, the financial vultures who want to profit off of Puerto Rico's pain will likely get an even better deal. Meanwhile, Puerto Ricans will get screwed. By the more electricity rate hikes and deeper austerity. I wrote much more about Trump's takeover of the Oversight Board in Jacobin. That's unfortunate. And discussed it at length on the Majority Report. Heartbreaking. But the Washington Examiner, of all outlets, put it best here. GOP donors could win billions after Trump dismantles key Puerto Rican Oversight Board. Puerto Rico. Yeah. American billionaires and corporations have always exploited Puerto Rico's colonial status to enrich themselves at the expense of the island's people. And the FOMB, since it was established in 2016, has always been a colonial entity imposing its will on Puerto Ricans. But here comes Trump, all set to place his oligarchy-friendly overlords in charge of Puerto Rico and supercharge that exploitation for years to come. I will say this. The fact that this was established in 2016, it just highlights how these maneuvers and these modern, colonial, legalized, legitimized control, how young they are. And they won't stop changing the language. They won't stop normalizing different approaches to meet the same end, which is to colonize, to conquer, to control. Let me do something real quick, because I don't want people tuning in and being misled. And I'm going to forget, and I don't want to do that. Here we go. Let me just change the title of this stream, and we'll get back to it. I don't even know what to call it. So I'll just put show stream. That's about it. Twitch, and same thing there. Lazy title, but I'm not really in the mindset to think about calling it anything else. All right. Thank you for your patience with me and understanding, and for sticking around. Trump's latest colonial move in Puerto Rico is the most contemptible, as his saber rattling against so-called narco-terrorists and nations like Venezuela continues. The Trump administration has ramped up its use of Puerto Rico as a military outpost. The U.S. has mobilized thousands of Marines and at least 10 warplanes to Puerto Rico. The military has conducted major training exercises on the island. On September 8th, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Daniel Kaine, visited Puerto Rico. Hessage told military personnel they shouldn't think of it as training at all. They should consider themselves on the front lines of war. Easy for somebody like him to say. I mean, it's so performative, but unfortunately, like, there's nothing currently, stopping them from just completely using it as what they see it, a military outpost. And since Puerto Rico has been under U.S. military occupation since 1898, remember, Puerto Rico belongs to, but is not part of the United States. That means the U.S. armed forces are a foreign military present on the island. And unlike in other nations where the United States maintains bases by dint of leases or bilateral agreements, the U.S. military operations in Puerto Rico simply because the United States owns Puerto Rico. I don't even think Puerto Ricans were informed of these war games. They weren't even notified. Moreover, when Puerto Ricans serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, they serve as colonial subjects under a commander-in-chief they can't even vote for. Throughout the 20th century, the island served as a major military outpost for the United States. At its peak, there were more than 20 military installations in Puerto Rico, including Roosevelt Roads Naval Station, which for a time headquartered the U.S. Naval Forces Southern Command. The Vieques Naval Training Range was a critical practice bombing range for ships and aircrafts. For decades, Puerto Ricans, especially the independence movement, proudly resisted this major military presence, most famously at the turn of the century. The massive protest movement led to a closure of Vieques base after an errant bomb killed a Puerto Rican civilian. The damage done by 6 decades of bombing, however, is ongoing. Now, only a handful of U.S. bases and military facilities remain on the island. A major victory for Puerto Ricans who see the U.S. military presence in Puerto Rico as a violent manifestation of colonialism. I had heard about the protests, but I didn't know that it actually were birthed from, obviously, the ongoing anger of decades of colonization, but the unfortunate loss of life. It's crazy how much is just the reality of the U.S. Colonies is hidden. I mean, we just saw with in South Korea, right? How the U.S. military was essentially running a sex trafficking operation. And that is not unique. Unfortunately, that is not unique. Trump, Hessage, and their merry band of warmongers, including, it must be said, pro-statehood allies in Puerto Rico government, now threaten to undo all of that progress. At their pleasure, they are already using Puerto Rico's land and seas for MAGA military practices of provocation. To make that distinction, and I guess this will be a disagreement I have with the author. I think it's pointless to make that distinction that this is a MAGA military practice, because the ability to do this is not unique to MAGA. Puerto Rico's colonization did not begin with MAGA. So all I'm trying to get at is by making that point, that distinction that, oh, this is MAGA, is somewhat pointless. Because whether it was Obama, MAGA, Biden, George W. Bush, they would all have the ability to do this. Already, the United States summarily executed 11 Venezuelans by bombing a boat in the southern Caribbean. They may yet do far worse and use Puerto Rico to help them do it. There was a time when, given the lack of news and knowledge about Puerto Rico, Americans could be forgiven for not knowing how badly the United States abuses and exploits the island. That time may be coming to an end, as Trump's characteristically blunt and vicious actions make Puerto Rico's political subordination crystal clear. Those Trumpian actions will have terrible consequences for Puerto Ricans. So we better not let their silver lining go to waste. It's time to pay attention to Puerto Rico, denounce its colonial status, and advocate for the only solution to it: independence. Great article. I can't help but to wonder if Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, being easily, without question, the most famous Boricua, I haven't really heard anything from her in regards to this. Jesus fucking Christ. Lower Loomer is wild, bro. I mean, this is cool. Velasquez and Ocasio-Cortez demand declassification of records on murders of Puerto Rican activists. Puerto Rican independistas, sorry. That's great. I mean, I hope. So does she support Puerto Rican independence? This is at the start of the year. Man. Okay. It looks kind of maybe like it. Or maybe they're doing the whole like liberal. AOC says Puerto Rican self-determination bill does not oppose statehood. Yeah, see, that's weak. It is status agnostic, Ocasio said during a lengthy congressional hearing Wednesday in which members of Congress debated two competing bills proposing different pathways to determine Puerto Rico's future territorial status and its relationship to the mainland. The Puerto Rican Self-Determination Act, a bicameral and bipartisan legislation introduced by both Ocasio-Cortez and Velasquez, proposed creating a status convention made up of delegates elected by Puerto Ricans voters who would be responsible for coming up with long-term solutions for the island's territorial status, statehood, independence, or other options beyond its current territorial arrangement, such as a free association. Ocasio-Cortez and former Democratic Representative Luis Gutierrez of Illinois, one of the three witnesses who testified in favor of self-determination bill, argued that the debate over Puerto Rico's territorial status has been one-sided and marred with political interests that have historically deprived Puerto Ricans from meaningfully exploring independence and free association options. Gutierrez brought up examples such as the 1948 gag law, which made it illegal for Puerto Ricans on the island to display the Puerto Rican flag, and a government-sanctioned surveillance program known as Las Carpetas, which illegally tracked Puerto Ricans advocating for independence for about 40 years, especially during the Cold War. Puerto Rico was strategic importance of the U.S. and the nation's military. The self-determination bill will create a mechanism consistent with international human rights by rejecting any options of territorial character that will maintain a status quo and providing a transitional plan towards decolonization, said Annette Martinez Orobona, director of the Caribbean Institute of Human Rights, during her testimony in favor of Ocasio-Cortez and Velázquez's bill. But González Colón and statehood bill activists argued that details about the transition towards statehood should be worked out after statehood gets ratified in federally sponsored referendums. To be clear, I just, unless it's under Trump's administration, because it's so unpredictable at times, I don't foresee Puerto Rico ever becoming or being taken in as a state. It is too valuable as a territory for the U.S. to fully embrace its statehood, which would require too many federal securities for it, and would grant Puerto Ricans too much power, if we're being honest. Even though we don't really glorify electoralism here, it's, you know, for these people and their donors, and for their careers, more importantly, it'll be significant. Yeah, no, you're right, David Barnes. If these people's response to this stuff isn't simple, the response is almost always simple, then I just see it as lip service. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we see it with Alaska, Hawaii, where it just makes no fucking sense why we're pretending that that's somehow not colonization, whether you call them states or not. It's yeah, we'll watch this.
Points.com. If you're not already a member, you get but let's go ahead and get to what we know about the shooter yesterday in Texas, targeting a Dallas ICE facility. 3 migrants were shot. 1 of them is dead. 2 of them are critically wounded. That's the latest we know this morning. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of a law enforcement press conference from yesterday.
Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter, who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene.
I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
Bro, the way that these like online incel groiper, the white supremacists, you fucking name it, nihilists, accelerationists, all of these bastards are trolling, are going out of their way to troll, to start, whether it's a race war or a fucking who knows what the fuck they want, the destruction of everything. And you see the picture of this guy, and you realize, like, oh yeah, looks like an incel. And it benefits the state, especially now, because people are just going to see the surface layer of it. Oh, look what they wrote. It's on the bullets. What more do you want? And you try to explain certain things to them, and they dismiss it because they're like, oh, no, you're overcomplicating it. Occam's razor, although they'll never say something like that, is just look at the wording on the bullets.
While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack.
There are people out there who are seeing.
They were so anti-ICE that they didn't manage to hurt any ICE officials. Wow. How convenient.
Seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees.
Your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other.
So Ted Cruz moving there immediately to make a political point. You heard them say there that they found bullets that had anti-ICE messaging. As it turns out, we can put Kash Patel tweeted this out. This is what they're saying that anti-ICE messaging is, which it literally just says anti-ICE.
Literally. That's how you know this is a fucking... One, if they're not doing it themselves, writing the shit on the bullets, but just a troll. Do you know the amount of fucking annoying ass quotes that a leftist would put on? They would have fucking citations on that shit. Fucking page 125 for further reading. They wouldn't have something as simple and basic as anti-ICE. Or as fucking pathetically gamer online, no offense to some of you, as cash this fascist. Or if you're reading this, you're gay, laugh my ass off. If it were a leftist doing this, it would be some annoying ass fucking slogans. They would be too long, if we're being quite honest. They would have to like mush the last words together and be like, ah, god damn it, like, come on. They would all be trying to like out-left each other by putting the most radical, the most obscure quote that fucking Marx or Lenin has ever made. Can we be honest about that? Some might take a last jab, whether it was an anarchist to a communist or a communist to an anarchist. You know, because you got to be a little petty when you're piecing out. So let's just be honest about that. If it was somebody from the left doing this, it would not be this simple shit. It wouldn't. It'd be some annoying ass, like, okay, when you read these sketches or writing on the bullet cases, you don't feel embarrassed, you feel confused. And any good leftist is embarrassed by other leftists doing too much and trying to sound smart. We all know this. Well, at least if you have a working class background. If you're a little bougie, then you applaud and you're trying to one-up it. If you're in like working class spaces and you see somebody doing too much, trying to be the más chingón or the most intellectual, you like, fucking roll your eyes. You try to be respectful, but they keep doing it. You kind of like, all right. You bring it back down to earth. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I don't like that shit. Let's talk to each other the way we would anyone else so that our language doesn't begin to sound like too academic. No, but all I'm trying to say, Ann Walker, is that a leftist would write a fucking whole book. Would try to squeeze a pamphlet. Like every bullying case would be a chapter. Or they would do annoying ass bullet points on a bullet. Come on. It's right there. But they wouldn't put something as basic as anti-ICE. That's just fucking lazy. You know what it reminds me of? This is what it reminds me of. What was it? Driveway? Yeah. Y'all remember this? This is what it reminds me of. Blacks rule. Like, I'm shocked he did not put the Z. Blacks rules. And then the burnt Confederate flag. Yes, bro. I'm gonna purchase a burnt Confederate. Maybe he was claiming that they grabbed his and burned it. But this is what anti-ICE reminds me of. This is what all these fucking bullet cases. This is what it reminds me of. Blacks rule. Can you see? First of all, weak ass fucking no skills in this. Why are you doubling up on the B here? And then they try to do the line across the A a little like longer. I'm thinking to hint at like anarchist. There's no reason to go that far across. And you had all this fucking driveway to work with. Why would you squeeze it here, like towards? It doesn't make sense to me. And then he underlines it to emphasize that black people really do rule. This is what this reminds me of. Anti-ICE. And again, you look at the lettering, weak as fuck. And why is this the only one turned up? For what? So fucking stupid. What is this dumbass saying? This morning before 7 a.m. local time, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas, Texas ICE facility, killing one, wounding several others. Who? Who did they kill? Who did they wound? Be specific. There's a reason why they aren't. Wounding several others before taking his own life. FBI, DHS, ATF are on the ground with Dallas PD and state authorities. While the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind these attacks. See photo below. One of the unspent shell casings recovered was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. More updates will be forthcoming. These despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not one-off. We are only miles from Pearland, Texas, where just 2 months ago an individual ambushed a separate ICE facility targeting their officers. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigation efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Please pray for the injured and deceased. And again, doesn't name them though. Doesn't name who they are. Just pray for them. Who? Pray for who then? If it wasn't law enforcement personnel, if it wasn't ICE, then who was murdered? Who was injured?
Let me read from you his post here. And let's just also say, like, for the FBI director to just be like tweeting out this unverified evidence is extraordinary and may create problems down the road in other, cases where you have future trial. But in any case, he says this morning, just before 7 a.m. local time, an individual, and JD Vance also, we have comments that we'll show you later, leaning into the idea of a explicitly political, ideological.
This shit's funny. I have been briefed on the deadly shooting at the ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. All right, but it was a deadly shooting, and who got shot? It has now been revealed the deranged shooter wrote anti-ICE on his shell casing. It's not even creative, bro. It's not even creative. This is despicable. The brave men and women of ICE are just trying to do their jobs. Of course, they're just following orders. And remove the worst of the worst. Yes, absolutely. Mothers, children, working men. Yep, the worst of the worst. Criminals out of our country, but they are facing an unprecedented increase in threats, violence, and attacks by deranged radical leftists. In fact, that is the opposite that's happening. So often, all you see is people say, I'm recording. Identify yourself. That's all you hear consistently. That's all you hear. This violence is the result of the radical left Democrats constantly demonizing law enforcement. I mean, when they're not funding them, I guess they're demonizing them. When they're not increasing their fucking budget, I guess maybe. Calling for ICE to be demolished and comparing ICE officers to Nazis. Demolished. I mean, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez isn't even calling for that now. She could have taken a 4-year break under Biden and then brought it back, but she's like, nope, not doing that stunt anymore. This continued violence from the radical left terrorists in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination must be stopped. Again, done by a white reactionary. ICE officers and other brave members of law enforcement are under grave threat. One of the safest jobs to have, by the way. We have already declared Antifa a terrorist organization, and I will be signing an executive order this week to dismantle these domestic terrorist networks. And again, keep in mind, people like Chris Hedges have contributed to this. Their vilification of anti-fascists of the Black Bloc contribute to this narrative. I'm calling on all Democrats to stop the rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now. The Trump administration is fully committed to backing law enforcement, strong borders, securing our homeland, deporting violent illegal criminals, and fully rooting out the left-wing domestic terrorism that is terrorizing our country, as terrorism does. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And he knows he's speaking to a bunch of Karens. Great way to end it.
Radicalized attack here. Trump says, I've been briefed.
Let's, I don't really give a fuck what they have to say, to be honest. I just wanted to use their coverage for the basic clips and tweets. I will go over this, though, by honestly, like, I don't know if this guy's a Fed. I don't know if Glenn Klippenstein is a Fed. But he sure does get the scoop on a lot of shit. Maybe he's just a great fucking reporter. Again, we love to see it. Another white man. But, I mean, it's one thing when if he would have targeted these Klansmen. I don't like calling them Nazis. Because that takes the attention elsewhere. It's like when liberals talk about, is this North Korea? Trump is just like a communist dictator, like Kamala just said. Call them what they are. They're Klansmen. Exclusive. The eye shooters politics. Excuse me. President Trump responding to the shooting by blaming the radical left, vowing to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks. Literally the opposite, and the point of anti-fascist Black Bloc is to not be caught up in this, to be decentralized for that reason, which frustrates Chris Hedges to no end. Literally, Dylan CIA Burns, what are we? A bunch of Asians? That's what every fucking liberal says when there is good old American fascism on the rise. This comes at the heels of another executive order he signed this week, designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. Then here we have what we just read. Vice President J.D. Vance, meanwhile, says, we know that this person was politically motivated, pointing both to the inscriptions and some evidence that we have that's not yet public. How convenient. Yeah. It's like his girlfriend that just goes to a different school. It's just like that. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it looked like, I reached out to the people who knew the gunman, 29-year-old Joshua Jan. 3 who knew him since at least middle school agreed to speak to me on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone who was vaguely libertarian, bent who despised both major parties and politicians generally, including Trump. But who didn't engage with politics beyond that. Oh, okay, see, that does give me a little Patsy kind of vibes, not gonna lie. This one gives me more Patsy vibes than the previous shooters. I don't know. All right. He preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan, all of which he became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life, as well as their own friendship several years ago, they said. Okay, no, he was a reactionary. Leftists did not hang out on 4chan. I'm sorry. And I mean, just saying he was vaguely libertarian is already just right wing to begin with. So what are we doing here? None of his former friends believe that the anti-ICE inscription could possibly be sincere. Feeling such a serious political statement was anathema to who John was. Jan, you pronounce it Jan? His humor was deeply ironic, often offensive, and aggressive to the point of alienation. These are the most annoying fucking people. Because when you walk away from them, you're like, oh, fuck off. You're like, oh, you can't handle a joke? Can't handle a joke? Then you put the fucking muzzle in your mouth. Always the same, bro. Always the same. All right. But yeah, the deeply ironic bullshit. This is why I couldn't handle like listening to the Creeps at Chapo Trap House. I could only like tune in to listen to the best of Come Town, because it's like, all right, bro, you're just letting something out. You're just letting the truth out in a humorous manner. So yeah, I mean, this guy probably said, hey, you know what? I have nothing to live for. Let me cause some chaos and confusion before I go. A final troll, if you will. He was most certainly an edgelord or an irony guy, one friend said. Edgelord is online speak for someone who likes to espouse edgy nihilistic views. Asked about the inscriptions on the bullet, a friend said Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. And he couldn't, I mean, that's how you know he was dumb as fuck. He couldn't even come up with or look something up that would be like plausible. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how Jan, stop going from John to Jan, it's just fucking weird, had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Playful shock humor, the friend said. Ah, man. Just fuckers that don't grow up. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast amounts of time he spent playing video games, particularly shooters. Dun dun dun. More than 6,000 hours on Rust, 3,000 on Team Fortress 2, and 1,000 on Left 4 Dead 2, excuse me. He even found time to play 3.5 hours in the past 2 weeks. The account shows. Among the dozens or so usernames he used, that's already fucking weird. Why do you have dozens of fucking usernames? Was one reading #impeachment. When I asked if this wasn't a clear reference to anti-Trump politics, his friends recoiled at the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. Instead, they saw it as part of his broader ironic persona, poking fun at anti-Trump resistance types. Yeah, this is what like the old fucking reactionaries are never going to be like, one, accept as truth, and two, be able to actually like conceptualize or understand, grasp that their fucking grandchildren are just fucking trolls. They're never going to admit that. I don't even know what Rust is. And I'm happy. I don't think it's a reflection of my age, but a my lack of online coolness, I guess. That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, John was not a fan, though he had contempt for mainstream politicians in general. His friends say he had more of a libertarian bent, with one recalling an interest in the libertarian figure of Ron Paul. That's it. Dave Smith needs to be censored. We're blaming Dave Smith for this. Still, the friend who recounted John's dislike of Trump insisted that there was at least a kernel of seriousness to the username. If it was ironic, it's that halfway irony, where you're half kidding, half serious, just in case. In other words, he was a coward. He was never really into politics, especially not politicians, says another friend who knew Jan since the age of 8. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense, contrarian, provocative, boundary pushing for laughs, not conviction. Yeah, for white kids, this is all just fucking for show. For white kids, this is all just for show. Politics is something like some stupid shit that they can laugh at, and they have no hope, no revolutionary optimism, so they just want to push it to the brink. Albert C., saying you're cool automatically negates any position, any coolness though, right? Yeah, I said I'm not cool enough. I'm not cool like that. Which is the reverse. It's called reverse cool psychology. Come on. Keep up. Hold on, let me pop my collar. 4chan, the anonymous message board where provocative and irony are the coin of the realm, was apparently one of Jan's favorite haunts. I hate when people talk like that. His abrasive humor is where his friends' opinions on him diverge the most, with some describing it as amusing, but others as grating, especially as his online persona bled into real life. Bro thought he was the main character. Where's the photo with him in the fedora? I want to see this fucking Vosh fan with his fedora on. I mostly stopped talking to him when he took his 4chan irony stuff into daily interactions, one friend told me. It was becoming unbearable. Once he dropped out of college, he had no obligation to be social, and none of us reached out due to his edgelord behavior. I mean, I guess we're lucky he didn't become a Destiny and Vosh fan, because then those fuckers are seen as like the online left. I wasn't able to find anyone with insight into John's more recent views, something that his friend said was unsurprising given his withdrawal from social life over the past few years. If you're having trouble finding people besides immediate family who knew him, that's part of the story. Every mutual friend drifted away over that kind of edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of Jan's humor appears in the following YouTube video, since removed, from when he was in a high schooler, a tongue-in-cheek parody of tech advice videos. So we can't see it? That's a bummer. Why wouldn't you screen record this, bro? Hello there, Facebook users. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly? Well, there's a solution. You can unlike all your crappy pages. Pretty weak. I was saying way more racist shit in high school, but okay. The following audio recording of John bombing at his stand-up comedy. It was absolutely Dave Smith's fault. This is 100% Dave Smith's fault. The following audio recording of John bombing at a stand-up comedy was shared with me. It drew a comparison by one friend to the 2019 Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix as an off-putting loner who also tried and failed at comedy. The film, yeah, we've seen the fucking movie, whatever. Let's hear it.
Hey guys, my second time doing stand-up.
Second time.
I was at the Dallas Comedy Club last time.
Yeah, gotta let the audience know so they can be nice.
All right, so I'm gonna start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy.
Hold on, let's put Dave Smith's face. I want to create an association with this guy and Dave Smith. I'm
He was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV, and I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive. And reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy, and it applies to me. So instead of going down that old money road, I just go towards MTV. Cheers up my day. It's great. You guys should all watch MTV. Like Kim Kardashian.
what fucking who the fuck is still talking about MTV? What year is this? Hold on. Does it say when this? Wow, okay. I guess not. Because he was only what, 20 something? So it has to be somewhat recent talking about MTV. Wow.
Kardashian and Girl Code and Guy Code. They're great advice to us.
Guy Code, wow.
I heard you guys, someone say something about Tinder, but I did some research on that, and apparently it's a matchmaking website, and for those who don't know.
Oh my, I don't know what Tinder is, guys. Can you believe it? Whoa, dating apps. Whoa, what's the deal with dating apps?
It's, if you don't know how to start a fire, just go to choose Tinder.
Oh.
There's this.
Oh my. If you don't know how to start a fire, use Tinder. This guy's absolutely a Dave Smith fan. Let's continue.
This guy named, here's some original content. I made this out of my own brain. There's this guy named Derek, and he's an avid ghost hunter. His father recently passed away. He wanted to see if his father's ghost is still around. So he got all of his friends together, his ghost hunting friends, and his ghost hunting equipment.
Yeah, very monotone. I think it's just because he's insecure. Maybe, but I doubt it. Some Dave Attell, Mitch Hedberg, like just maybe. Because Mitch did have that style to sound like he was strung out. Attell, but even though it's like monotone, it has. I don't know, man. It's bad. It's bad. We're not stopping Yipper. We're not stopping. Yipper is intimidated in the chat that finally somebody's funnier than him. Yipper, I'm sorry, you've been dethroned.
And he turned him on, and he's like, Father, are you still here? If you're here, make a sound. And you hear nothing. And then he waits about 30 seconds. Like, cat in the door, swings flies open. And he starts laughing and says, oh, that's my late father for you. Has your girlfriend or wife or spouse ever said, honey,
I mean, I'm assuming people laughed at him for thinking he had a punchline. Because obviously the joke would be that he walked out the door or whatever. Yeah. Not after today. I mean, I'm listening to this and I'm hearing Attell. I'm hearing Mitch. Like, this guy is channeling the greats. I don't know. I hear a bunch of haters in the chat.
I'm falling apart. And you can't help but say, I know, but I don't have any sewing equipment on hand. I just can't help you. It kind of seems like your problem. A guy walked into a really scary, spooky breakfast cafe in France. And he didn't expect much when he came in. But when he walked out, he said, man, that place really gave me the crepes.
He made a fucking crepe joke instead of creep. Wow. Like, that is like something a 10-year-old thinks is funny. Maybe 5. Maybe not even 10. Creep. Fuck, we lost a legend. We lost a fucking legend, everyone.
Some guy insisted that I listen to Nicki Minaj's new stuff. When he knew that I only liked classical jazz. And so I had to say, man, pop music isn't really my jazz. And you know that. So I knew a guy in the war, and he got...
No, just keep them coming. Just push through, get everything out, because wow, how much more of this do we have? This is pretty brutal. We had to sit through it all. Okay, we got like 1 minute. 1 minute left. What club was he at that they gave him how much time? They gave him 3 minutes? All right.
His hand cut off, unfortunately, and he bled to death. And I'm trying to have some reverence here, but I can't help but think his heart was pumping in vain. Thank you, guys.
One more time for Joshua John.
Wow. Pretty pretty legendary. There was a lot of potential. Yipper, I'm unsubbing. Yipper's scared, he's running away. Oh man. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. I mean, when you're that talented and to go out at such a young age, that's just a legend, you know? Yeah, Dipper's just trying to like rewrite history and disparage this legend when he's no longer around to defend himself. I would have loved to see a roast session between Yipper and John Jan. The audio from this attempted stand-up routine, where he bombs now, resonates uncannily with Joker, the friend said. Well, the friend's a fucking dumbass too. Ironically, Jan's contempt for Trump and the major political parties has bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us too. Oh, bro, you're an independent journalist. Ken, you are an independent journalist. Nobody's forcing you. You don't have an editor. You don't have somebody forcing you to finish an article like that, bro. Like, I'm a dumbass, but you're a professional journalist. This guy killed somebody and injured people, and they weren't fucking pigs. And that's how you decided the joke's on us. Bro, so fucking bad. Yeah, this is why I'm saying Ken Klippenstein is a fucking weirdo too. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that motherfucker, bro. Like, where was let's just watch this. Let's watch this for a little bit. Yeah, let's watch some stupid shit. I mean, he was just obsessed with puns. Crepe, vein. Yeah, I mean, he does have the hair, not gonna lie. He does have the Joker hair down. If he slicks it back. The Joaquin version, at least. So fucking bad. No, let's go over Dave Barnes' suggestions over here. Let's see. Let's go to history. This shit was funny too.
slavishly devoted but to Trump. But we're seeing all over the place people just like peel off. The only ones who are like still speaking out though are the ones who are either like still with him or vocally against him. But there's like a silent majority probably of them who are just like, ugh, I can't believe this.
Well,
right. No, absolutely. I've said this on my stream. Like, we need to, like, I know the reaction is when someone goes on TV and says, you know, Trump hurt my business or I lost my job or whatever. I think the reaction is to say, oh, you get what you deserve, and to like sort of, you know, get something positive out of that, like, you know, relishing in them feeling pain. But if you're someone who admits that and is no longer a Trump supporter, then 100% welcome aboard to our side. I hope the best for you.
Here's my thing about that is they usually turn for self-preservation purposes. They don't turn because they somehow recognize other people as human beings. They realize, oh, this is financially detrimental to me, so let me stop supporting it. That's what it is.
You really, those people should not be, you know, forever ruined for voting for Trump and then regretting it and turning against him.
Yipper, I think that the chat should file grievance due to the trauma deculturation gave us. Shit. Let's see. Let's do this. Just for Yipper, we'll do this. My legal defense team. Bring it on. Bring it on. Got super chats turned on. Chitty Matcha saying what I was holding back. I was Look, I'm serious when I recognize the fact I'm just some fucking being on here. I have to know my place. Sometimes I pull back. Sometimes I'm too petty not to say shit, like, and I bring it up after the fact, or, you know, I kind of bite my tongue for as long as I can. When y'all were roasting Nick Cruz for his fucking lineup, I couldn't help but to bring it back up because he's clearly incapable of doing it. But Chitty Matcha says, no judgment, but judgment. This black man doesn't have the candidness of someone who grew up around other black people, in my opinion. But maybe that's just me and my blackness. Yeah, look, I'm not going to question his blackness here, but what I will say is it says a lot when you're willing to work for Sam Seder, who is an anti-black misogynist. It just says a lot. It says a lot when you're willing to work for a small company that claims to be leftist, who goes out of his way in Brooklyn to stay white. What I mean by that is he is a contributor and shows up once a week to the Majority Report when Sam Seder isn't there. When Sam Seder isn't there, mind you. Just keep that in mind. I don't know if Sam Seder in his 20 years of doing the Majority Report has ever had or hired a black or brown person. He's had some like spicy whites and they haven't lasted long from what I've seen. But the people that are on camera, on face throughout the week are all white. David Barnes adds, after all my listening back to all these Majority Report episodes, I can absolutely say there is a reason the Majority Report lets him on every Thursday. Yep. And Ram says, for sure, a misogynist. I'm so on the fence on being anti-black. There's two prime examples that I use for why Sam Seder is anti-black. And this is a lot. When he talks about like police targeting black people, he has to go back to like the 90s to talk about, oh, I had a black friend who just got a bonus or something and got a big show and was able to buy this really expensive car. And he lived in the LA area, the fancier area of LA. And he was always getting pulled over because they assumed that he stole it. So for an example of a black friend being harassed by the pigs, he has to go back to the fucking 90s, which is always a red flag. However, and we've been over this before. Let's see if I can find it quickly. It's Sam Seder, Brianna Joy Gray, I believe. You spell Gray with an A or an E? I always forget. Let's see. Oh, it's Bree. Nah, it's with an A. I believe he used the word admonished or yelled at. Real quick. Let's see, maybe here. Nope. Yelled at. My apologies, but whenever there's a chance to highlight here we go. Here it is. This is going to be a prime example of northern racism, of liberal racism. Sam Seder, to recap, I was yelled at for 3 hours for thinking that the leader of Force the Vote, Jimmy Dore, saying Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez is the reason we don't have Medicare for all, was unhelpful. And in that very moment, he was praising an armed right-wing militant who wants to destroy government, which does Medicare for all. Pod fraud. Yelled at for 3 hours. It was a debate. It was a debate where the creep, the predator, the groomer, what's his name? Texas Virgil, who was Sam Seder's friend, and at the time, Brianna Joy Gray's business partner, to be fair, continued interrupting anytime Brianna Joy Gray would corner Sam Seder to defend him, or at least to provide him an out. But yelled at for 3 hours is a wild description and one that he has not used to describe any other debate. Just so happens that he used it when he got schooled by a black woman. And he responds to his own tweet. Folks, which already, the dog whistle early on, the performative action early on, folks have taken issue with my use of yelled at in this tweet about Jimmy Dore. Well, the tweet was about, the yelled at was about Brianna Joy Gray. The yelled at was about Brianna Joy Gray. But again, always hiding behind Jimmy Dore. These rat libs always hide behind some reactionary to excuse their own racist behavior. Folks have taken issue with my use of yelled at in this tweet about Jimmy Dore, leader of Force the Vote, praising the Boogaloo movement. Mind you, I've been very critical of the Boogaloo movement and how Fred Hampton leftist, now revolutionary blackout Nick Cruz and his crew normalized that white nationalist militia. It was imprecise and I apologize for it. Admonished throughout 3 hours would have been more appropriate of a phrase. In other words, he's saying the dog whistle that I used was too fucking loud and people picked up on it for me being racist and pushing the hysterical, angry black woman trope against Brianna Joy Gray, who simply asked and really got upset in that debate because Sam Seder wouldn't stop talking about Jimmy Dore because that was his out. That was his excuse, his built-in excuse for why he wouldn't push for the Democrats to advocate and fight for Medicare for all during a fucking pandemic. Because Sam grew up rich, he's wealthy, he doesn't need to worry about his insurance. Hell, he wasn't even providing a like 401k option to his employees. Think about that for a second. He has like what, like a handful of employees. He's a leftist business owner. It's called the Majority Report with Sam Seder. And he wasn't even offering his employees 401k. And this was revealed live on the Majority Report. And of course, immediately they start excusing it. And shout out to the producer, Matt Leck, who's a leftist, whose best friend, Sam Seder, is his own boss. Bro, you're not even willing to unionize, organize your workplace of like less than 10 people because Sam Seder's your friend, your pal. So he says, admonished throughout 3 hours would have been more appropriate of a phrase. No, not appropriate, but it would have been a better dog whistle. So people wouldn't pick up the fact that you're a fucking racist. That's his apology here. Oh shit, my bad. My dog whistle was a little too fucking loud. Let me adjust it. People are picking up on the fact that I'm a fucking racist and I allowed my misogyny to blind me and pull that shit out to the forefront. And always too fucking kind to these white people. Brandon enjoyed a great response. Admonished. It was a debate. Next time, come prepared. Yep. Absolutely. So yes, Sam Seder is undoubtedly anti-black. All right, let's get back to it.
Then Democrats should be for voting for Cuomo or something like that. Go ahead, Bender.
Yeah,
right.
No, I mean, it takes courage.
Who you can't turn away from. We also have to separate them. Like, they're not that group. If you voted for this, you love what's going on, even if it's hurting you, then I'm sorry. I will not give you that same provide you with that same empathy. It's just
that's the too far gone's people, right? Where we basically, that's not folks that we're targeting with our political project. We're targeting people that stayed home because they were maybe just like disaffected by both parties, folks that thought prices were too high and that Kamala Harris wasn't going to change their lives, or people who were disgusted by the genocide in Gaza, as was like a plurality for number one reason with that IMEU poll for people who stayed home. And
I don't know how people listen to Emma Vigeland. Like, I have my days where I'm not like, you know, at the start of the stream, I was kind of conflicted. But then, you know, we turn it up. It's cool. It's fine. We get back to it. But she's always so monotone. Like, she is the epitome of anti-charisma. She is the mascot for Wonder Bread. For the Wonder Bread tube. She really is. Bland, unseasoned, you know, fucking overproduced, shouldn't even be there, illegitimate, all this, fake, fugazi, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But just bland overall. Just so fucking bland. To say that, oh, we're here to reach out to people who are disenfranchised, who were disgusted by the Democratic Party's genocide of Palestinians through the Zionist proxy. Those people are not coming back to the Democratic Party. Those people despise you and find you disgusting because you spent 107 days trying to wash the hands of Palestinian blood off of Kamala Harris' hands. And for those in the chat, in terms of Sam Seder's misogyny, it was very blatant, and it comes out, and it makes sense why he's divorced. It makes total sense why Sam Seder's divorced, right? Now, I normally don't talk about people's personal lives, but he talks about it, and he even, like, it's crude, but he pimps out his kids by having them on the show. Why would you have a child on a political show? For no other reason would you have your child on a political show than to try to create. Mind you, this isn't like oh, here's my kid, yada yada, whatever. No, this was like He's on the show. And he's like fucking like 12 or some shit like that. For no other reason than to create a stronger parasocial relationship with your audience, which is fucking disgusting. But Sam Seder's misogyny, ex-wife, excluded, is whenever women like challenge Sam, he does not know how to respond. And he definitely doesn't respond in the way that he does against men. He just absolutely doesn't do it. Oh, is this The Voice? What's his name? Something Voice, right? Yeah, Progressive Voice. Let me so you know what we're talking about. Imagine your boss talking to you like this. Imagine
All right,
imagine you being look, I'm gonna be here's my machismo showing. Because fuck Michael Brooks, fuck Matt Leck for this. You're a grown-ass man and your coworker is getting yelled at in this manner by your boss and you stay quiet, you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted to step the fuck up and actually square up with those in position of power, because you can't even do it to your own fucking boss in this like 5-person fucking company. Let's get to it. I don't respect to this fool. He could have been an OG, but he was young when he started this show. Progressive Voice.
You're going to, I mean, I don't think you should. I don't think you should be doing that in the first.
Actually, before I let that go, I do want to say that it's not very often that Sam Seder gets very angry. Now, he used to.
Yeah, it's just fucking convenient that it's against women.
Are you kidding me?
Iraqi lives are not a factor for these people. I mean,
first place. But the idea that she's going out bragging about it on CNN, and I still didn't impeach him. Are you kidding me?
Iraqi lives are not a factor for these people. I mean,
it's insane.
And this is why so many people are turned off by the impeachment narrative the way it's going right now, because it is dominated by people like her.
What? That we should, because she didn't impeach George Bush, that you shouldn't impeach now?
No, I'm saying.
Why is it that you need to shoehorn that in there? It was wrong then. It's wrong now. You hold them to account. Every time you do not hold a president. The reason why he was able to get away with that was for the same reason why Ronald Reagan, because we didn't impeach Ronald Reagan. You hold them to account. If it's not enough, that's the problem. If there's other people who want to go out there and march to impeach him for other things, they should do it. But hundreds of thousands of people died for that. I'm not going to hear this fucking bullshit anymore.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yeah, finish it.
Because I agree with you. I'm saying you look at Nancy Pelosi and she says, oh, yeah, we wouldn't impeach Bush because his lies led to the deaths of millions of people. But when someone breaks the emoluments clause, like that
he's not being impeached for emoluments. She agreed to impeachment because people pushed for it. Period. End of story. She didn't want to impeach.
I know. I'm just saying she gives it a bad image.
She gives impeachment a bad image?
Yeah. Because she wouldn't impeach Bush over stuff that
well,
led
then
to the
anybody who
deaths
thinks
of
that
millions
impeachment
of
is a
people.
problem because Nancy Pelosi was reluctant to do it, I think that is really faulty reasoning.
I don't think so, but I'm just saying.
Well, bring in the people who want to have that argument, because I'll have that argument with those people. But if you want to represent them, then I'll have it with you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq. I got fucking calls from military personnel whose lives were destroyed during that time.
Get the fuck out. American troops reach out to me, about how killing little brown children and their parents haunts them. Oh, man. He does not talk to men in this way. And his reasoning is fucking stupid. Mind you, I'm not a fan of Jamie Peck. I think Jamie Peck is the type of fucking anarchist that gives anarchy a bad rap. She's white. It's not her fault. White anarchists have an uphill battle to you know, their hearts may be in the right place, but it's just, man, you know, it's rough. They're dealing with a lot. You know, one of the annoying things about her is that she started a fund for Luigi Mandileone. So she left shortly after this. And you know, when people might say, "Oh, it wasn't really that short," this and that. No. When we're talking about finding another job, especially in this field, it was fairly short. The fact that Emma Vigeland, who was a TYT, you know, on the ground, she just went to Trump rallies because she was a white woman. Intern, because her family's so fucking stupid rich. Emma Vigeland's family is like really rich. They work with the Democratic Party. So she can afford to be an intern for TYT. Who the so fucking stupid. Gets hired as a co-host of the Majority Report as Michael Brooks leaves to really focus on his own show. Same studio bullshit and everything. And instead of promoting Jamie Peck to co-host, he brings in Emma Vigeland. And you start seeing the more push to the center of the show because Michael goes out of the way, and the more alienation of Jamie Peck, who is an anarchist, and, you know, get her out of the way too. She ends up leaving the Majority Report of her own free will. When you create a hostile work environment, most people want to leave. And she likes some tweet that she later unliked, which is a coward move, that was mocking Sam Seder for being, you know, an MSNBC leftist who doesn't do anything to actually push and promote the things he believes in, and that everything he does is rad lib bullshit. But yeah, here he's crying because veterans reach out to him about the consequences of their war crimes.
With you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq. Iraq! I got fucking calls from military personnel whose lives were destroyed during that time.
Oh no, not the military personnel. Their lives were destroyed, aka the consequences of their own actions, the invasion of another country. But you see where his mind's at. It's not about the Iraqi people. No. It's about the people that invaded Iraq.
It's just I like shoehorning this shit in to the skepticism of I don't know who, the 8% of Democrats or the Republicans, about impeachment into this story.
Jamie speaking for people on the left. I'm like, I felt like a lot of us felt this way about all the bullshit impeachment of Donald Trump was targeted to not actually impeach him for war crimes, because they were afraid that that would bite them in the ass, so that when a Democrat commits a war crime, Republicans might be able to hold them accountable. So what the Democrats were doing was actually very, very insidious and very disingenuous. So we're, this is all for performative reasons, not for the actual evil and destruction and bloodshed that the president has conducted. That's fine. You get a pass for that. It's for not following decorum. It's for being a little too greedy, but it's not about actually mass murder. Dakadun in the Twitch chat, keeping it alive. Our precious boys were calling me. Our brave soldiers were calling me. That's how you get an MSNBC contract.
It's ridiculous.
The story is also about impeachment, but
I understand.
Clearly, I angered you, and I did not mean to.
I'm sorry. I'm a little sensitive about this.
Oh, it's these fuckers, and you see this with Chris Hedges. All these fucking old ass do nothing careerists, rat libs, who, like, you see it was Occupy a lot too. I was at Occupy. I was there, right? You see it like that too. But when they're like, I oppose the Iraq war, I spoke out against Afghanistan, like they hold on to that shit for dear life, because like, you don't know how hard it was for a white man in media to speak out against this stuff. All right, bro. Sure. Yeah. You're the real brave one. You're the real speaker of truth. And then a decade later, normalize genocide. Yeah, how fucking, you know what it reminds me of? Y'all remember this video? This is what this reminded me of. This is absolutely going to be perceived as anti-Semitic. But hey, Emma Vigeland already accused me of it, so fuck it. Let's see. It's not that. It's Is that one? What was it? Here, this is.
Yeah, suck. How dare you ruin it for everybody else? Get out. No. No, you go. I'm not going anywhere, shithead. Get the fuck out of my neighborhood. Get out. No, honest, you suck. You're a mediocre piece of shit. You can't even play. You suck. I've been playing 41 years.
Is this the original one? Is this the original one? I want to see the original one. Shit. This is the original one, right? Oh, it's here. Yeah, it was. It was. All right, cool. This is Sam Seder yelling at Jamie Pegg.
How dare you ruin a piece of shit? You oppose your lack of talent in order on everybody around you, whether they want to hear it or not. Get out! How dare you come down here and do this? I'm here 14 years. I've lived in this town my whole life. You're a disgrace. You suck. How dare you? I'm 3 blocks down.
Sam Seder yelling at Jamie Pegg.
Who the hell do you think you are? You any kind of artist? Anybody know who you are? Maybe everybody else wants to enjoy the peace and quiet. This is one of the most important places in all of North America. Who are you? Who are you? You miserable, presumptuous, no talent. You're no artist. An artist respects the silence. It serves as the foundation of creativity.
You're no leftist. A leftist respects the Democratic Party.
You obviously don't have the talent. You don't have enough respect for yourself or other people, or in what it is to express yourself. In music or any other form of creativity. And I'm an NYU film school graduate. Suck.
I am an MSNBC contributor. I'm a Peacock contracted employee. Sucker.
And the School of Visual Arts. And the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. You suck. You're no talent. If you really had talent, go practice. And then get yourself a gig. Instead of ruining the end of the day for everybody down here. You disgrace! You're everything that's gone wrong in this world. You're a self-consumed, no talent, mediocre piece of shit. And I've earned my right to say it. Okay.
I was in Air America. I earned the right to say this.
Okay? I had 200,000 people with Bill Graham. In 1970.
They called me, Jamie. Our proud soldiers called me, Jamie. They called me.
I walked Bob Dylan up on stage.
Hey.
Who the fuck are you? I knew the Grateful Dead from 1966.
That's
Who
right.
Who the fuck are you?
I voted for Ralph Nader, and I hate him to this day, Jamie. Who the fuck are you? I spoke out against the Iraq War, Jamie. Who the fuck are you?
You nothing. You nothing. You are nothing. And you.
Oh shit. So fucking good. Fuck them, bro.
People are turned off by
Tell me I'm
the
wrong.
impeachment narrative the way it's going right now.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Because it is dominated by people like
What?
her.
What? That we should, because she didn't impeach George Bush, that you shouldn't impeach now?
No, I'm saying.
Why is it that you need to shoehorn that in there? It was wrong then, it's wrong now. You hold them to account. Every time you do not hold a president. The reason why he was able to get away with that was the same reason why Ronald Reagan, because we didn't impeach Ronald Reagan. You hold them to account. If it's not enough, that's the problem. If there's other people who want to go out there and march to impeach him for other things, they should do it. But hundreds of thousands of people died for that. I'm not going to hear this fucking bullshit anymore.
Can I finish what I was
I'm not going to hear your fucking trumpet, Jamie.
saying?
Yeah, finish it.
Because I agree with you. I'm saying... You look at Nancy Pelosi and she says, oh, yeah, we wouldn't impeach Bush because his lies led to the deaths of millions of people. But when someone breaks the emoluments.
Yeah, very divorced that energy. That's how he talks to his daughter when when she wants to date a black man. That's how racist ass misogynist Sam Seder talks to his daughter. God damn, Dakadoon. I was on Sex in the City, Jamie. What the fuck have you done? What does your IMDb page look like, Jamie? I know John Benjamin. I saw John Benjamin before he was Archer and Bob's from Bob's Burgers. What the fuck have you done?
Clause like that.
That he's not being impeached for emoluments. She agreed to impeachment because people pushed for it. Period. End of story. She didn't want to impeach.
I know. I'm just saying she gives it a bad image.
She gives impeachment a bad image?
Yeah, because she wouldn't impeach Bush over.
Look, she did. I mean, people are saying in the chat she did a great job, you know, composing herself, this and that. This is her boss. This is her boss. This is one of the most respected Wonder Bread tube leftists. This is her boss. Like, yeah, she's gonna be like, yeah, she's gonna be all cute. You can hear the. I mean, she's a white anarchist. She's got that vocal fry shit locked down, right? However, in this moment, you hear her voice change, whether it's quivering, whether it's trying to like de-escalate. I'm not gonna say that Sam Seder's ever put hands on a woman, but he sure as fuck probably spit in one of their faces from yelling so much.
Stuff.
Well, then anybody who thinks that impeachment is a problem because Nancy Pelosi was reluctant to do it, I think that is really faulty reasoning.
I don't think so, but I'm just saying.
Well, bring in the people who want to have that argument, because I'll have that argument with those people. But if you want to represent them, then I'll have it with you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq.
Iraq!
I got fucking calls from military personnel whose lives were destroyed.
Fuck up. Fuck them and fuck you. God damn.
During that time. It's just, I like shoehorning this shit in to the skepticism of I don't know who, the 8% of Democrats or the Republicans.
It's the fact that they were targeting Donald Trump for shit that did not actually matter. That would have put some restraints on the presidency. That would have created some type of presidency or president for the presidency so that their war crimes, you know, they might be actually held accountable for their shit. So people on the left, which I think Jamin was speaking for, were kind of like, dude, fuck this performative ass circus bullshit. Get him for something that we could hold other presidents, Democrat or Republican, accountable for in the future. Because we saw with Obama, he refused to hold George W. Bush accountable, Dick Cheney, and all those fucking rat bastards for Iraq, for Afghanistan. And that allowed Obama, Biden, Trump to continue committing war crimes with no accountability. That is the frustration that Jamie is echoing. But her boss loses his shit, something he would never do to another man. Because he's a fucking coward. He's a misogynist. He's a sexist. And yeah, fuck Michael Brooks. Fuck Matt Leck for staying quiet throughout this whole fucking entire thing. Look, call me a machista, call me whatever you want. If a male boss speaks to a female employee in that aspect, in that manner, you gotta check that fool. 100%. I'm not saying you gotta put hands on him, but at the very least, you tell him to take a fucking lap and to not be speaking to people, especially women, in that way. That might be sexist of me, that might be my misogynist, machismo, whatever. To me, it's just very basic shit of how you're raised. Oh, you see a man overstep and try to intimidate a woman like that, especially in public? Nah, bro. You don't let that shit fly. You don't. You have to regulate that type of fucking behavior, especially on the left. Because this isn't just a one-off. This is what was captured on camera. This is the way that he thinks is appropriate to speak to women when they've transgressed him in some way. In some made-up fucking way. Or at least, in this case, the Democratic Party. Michael Brooks was there. He was there this day. So was Matt Leck. Calladitos. Calladitos. Very fucking quiet. Too fucking quiet. The reason why Relocked, I pushed back on the fact that he would go off on this against anyone he disagrees with, is because we've never seen him like this with the countless of debates that he's had with right-wing men, with libertarian men. And this is just the most extreme hostile behavior towards Jamie while she was there, but it was always either dismissive, ignored, or mocking, just hostile overall, but in a lesser degree that she was kind of forced to sit through. So credit to her. Like I don't particularly care for her or like her in any regard, but when you have a boss like that harasses you, it wears on your mental, bro. It wears on your mental. All right. And this is why he replaced her with the most safe opinion, supportive, bland, uncharismatic person. But yeah, this shit made me laugh that she thinks that the majority report is there to appease or to appeal to people disgusted with the genocide carried out by the Democratic Party, while they whitewashed it in real time.
And they hate black people. They, they're Christian or something like.
Homie, your boss hates white people. Your boss hates white people. Where was it?
We're targeting people that stayed home because they were maybe just like disaffected by both parties, folks that thought prices were too high and that Kamala Harris wasn't going to change their lives, or people who were disgusted by the genocide in Gaza, as was like a plurality for number one reason with that IMEU poll for people who stayed home. And some of those disaffected Trump voters who were just scared about the economy. Those are the people that are a part of our political project. For folks that are still in the MAGA cult.
For people that oppose genocide, yeah, bro. They don't fuck with you fools. There was one more that had me laughing. Oh, here we go.
It is really not great. But
let's go back to, I think, 10.
Have no idea.
It just seems,
bro, you don't really hear me do a Trump impression because I don't think it's good. But man, like, have the self-awareness to know you don't have a good Trump impression.
Level Dem stuff. Yeah. Expanding it. Now, my understanding is he's calling for getting rid of the cap and maybe expanding Social Security. So that's good too. Calling from a 503 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Let's see. Let's do this. For US. All right, new fucking goal. Since nobody wanted to help me with my defense fund, we're starting a new goal for the U.S. veterans of the Iraq War who called Sam Seder. Or for the U.S. There we go. That's what we're doing. Just for Sam. Start a goal. We love Sam Seder over here.
Hey, is this me? Am I on? Is this
yes.
Chris from
It's
Portland?
you. It's Chris from Portland. What's on your mind, Chris?
All right.
Yeah. Well, so much stuff. First, I think we should just be like, at this point with Israel and Gaza, the whole two-state solution is just like a pipe dream, and I don't know why we're not calling to just like go in and remove all.
All right. So the two-state solution being a pipe dream, that is something that the majority report has essentially said. Like, hey, the two-state solution just won't work. So to their credit, we don't have to lie here. We can be honest.
Hey, is this me? Am I on? Is this
yes.
Chris from
It's
Portland?
you. It's Chris from Portland. What's on your mind, Chris?
Yeah. Well, so much stuff. first, I think we should just be like, at this point with Israel and Gaza, the whole two-state solution is just like a pipe dream, and I don't know why we're not calling to just like go in and remove all the Zionists.
Well,
give the place back to the Palestinians.
I mean,
decolonization. Decolonization. Remove the colonizers who are occupying the land and the homes of Palestinians. Now notice when at first, and the reason why I said, hey, they agree with, that the two-state solution is bullshit. Emma starts nodding along, like, all right, sure. And then the moment he says, remove all the fucking Zionist colonizers, then they're like, oh, what? Decolonization? Justice? We can't have that. Watch, there's a reason why I said credit where it's due, but look at their reaction. I
think we should just be like, at this point with Israel and Gaza, the whole two-state solution is just like a pipe dream, and I don't know why we're not calling to just like go in and remove all the Zionists.
Well,
give the place back to the Palestinians.
I mean,
it sounds harsh. It is harsh.
Yeah, but that's not.
What do you mean give the land back to Palestinians? The land back to Palestinians? What about the Zionist colonizers? What about the people that stole the land? What about them? Where would they go? What? Have you thought about the colonizer? Have you taken a moment to think about the colonizer? What about them? What about the ones committing a genocide against Palestinians? How cruel and cold-hearted are you not to consider the safety, the well-being, the housing of the colonizers who are just have genocide on their mind? What about them? What about the ones that look like me? What about my fellow settlers? If they're held accountable, then I might be held accountable. And I can't have that. God damn, bro. He had them in the first half, though.
I think we should just be like, at this point with Israel and Gaza, the whole two-state solution is just like a pipe dream, and I don't know why we're not calling to just like go in and remove all the Zionists.
Well,
give the place back to the Palestinians.
I mean,
it sounds harsh. It is harsh.
Yeah, but that's
what do you mean
not.
by
I don't think
remove
it's that realistic.
You mean you're going to
I know.
Create 4 million, 8 million refugees? What are you talking about?
Calling colonizers refugees. Calling colonizers refugees. Do you see why there's so little distinction when it comes to settler colonialism between somebody like Sam Seder and fucking Elon Musk when they're crying about white genocide in South Africa? Oh, the South African refugees who fear for their safety. The Boers fear for their safety. They're like this when it comes to settler colonialism. Whether they call themselves fucking progressive rad libs, sock them socks, whatever the fuck the rebrand is. When it comes to protecting colonizers, when it comes to protecting the white supremacist settler colonial projects, they're one and the fucking same. They're one and the fucking same. This is why when I debated them, I went out of my way to time and time again say, I'm not calling for a white genocide. I'm not. Why? One, yes, to counter their fucking, it's a debate tactic. Hey, before you bring it up, I'm not claiming this. Before you hide behind this argument, that's not what I'm saying. But also to force them to realize that their arguments, their defense of what about the colonizers, is advocating for the same white genocide narrative that the Elon Musk of the world's, promote. It's no different. It's no fucking different. They're saying, oh, that's a white genocide without saying it. And Sam Seder was forced to acknowledge that shit after our debate. Well, my debate with the entire fucking white crew over there.
I think we should just be like, at this point with Israel and Gaza, the whole two-state solution is just like a pipe dream, and I don't know why we're not calling to just like go in and remove all the Zionists.
Well,
give the place back to the Palestinians.
I mean,
it sounds harsh. It is harsh.
Yeah, but that's
What do you mean
not.
by
I don't think
remove
it's that realistic.
You mean you're going?
What do you mean? What do you mean by remove Zionists? What do you mean by that? You see how appalled he is? How offended he is? There's a reason why he doesn't call himself an anti-Zionist. There's a reason why he does not call himself an anti-Zionist while there is a Zionist genocide of Palestinians.
You're going to
I know.
Create 4 million, 8 million refugees. What are you talking about?
4 million to 8 million? What jump are we doing here? What jump? 4 million to 8 million? What are we doing here, bro?
I mean,
that's not a pipe dream.
That is the issue. Yeah, they've created how many refugees, and
no,
it would be massive chaos across the world, you know.
Now look,
but
listen. Here's the bottom line.
I don't see how this ends, you know.
It is right now. It is a one state.
Yeah.
And with varying.
He's not saying it's not a one state. He's saying it should be a liberated, decolonized Palestinian state from the river to the sea. The shit you pretend to claim. Here's the thing. A free, liberated Palestinian state would require the right of return. And the caller says it himself. What about all the refugees they created? In other words, they got to come back home. And this is why, I hate Matt Leck continuing to push Jeff Halper's book, Decolonizing Israel, Liberating Palestine, or whatever the fuck he called it. Whatever was the title that he stole from what should have been his Palestinian co-author. Because in that book, if you actually fucking read the book, he says, the towns, I keep wanting to say pueblos, the villages and towns that we burned down, we built parks over them. So unfortunately, you won't be able to rebuild them. The homes that we stole, well, Zionists are living there now. So unfortunately, you won't be able to have your homes back. But don't worry, there's other lands. There's other lands that are empty that, they're good lands. They're good lands. That's why they're empty, right? That's what, usually empty land is the best of the land. Usually colonizers don't occupy the best land, right? Usually they just wait. They're like, you know what? The natives might come back. Let's just save the best land for them in case they decide to return. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. Man. The way that they prioritize the colonizer is a reflection of that settler realism that they cannot perceive. They cannot stop themselves to see things from the indigenous perspective of, hey, why shouldn't they get their land back? Why shouldn't they be allowed to return home? Let's say you don't expel the genocidal Zionists. Let's say you don't expel them. But you grant the right of return to the Palestinian refugees. All of them. And they say, hey, I still have the key to my home. What happens then? Now you put in equal footing the Palestinians that were removed by force, by threat of force, by the Zionists. You have them, have an equal argument with the people occupying their homes, the people that stole their homes. Suddenly you're like, so you're going to do that how many times? 4 million, 8 million? Where do you think these people are fucking living? On Palestinian land, in Palestinian homes.
Degrees of apartheid. Because I
here
don't.
We go. You got to go back a little bit. Because always liberal Zionists will immediately hide behind apartheid. And we know here that apartheid is just a tool of settler colonialism. Apartheid is just a tool of settler colonialism. And the liberal Zionists will want you to focus on apartheid because they want to go the way of South Africa. If we just lie to enough people that the primary contradiction is apartheid, then we can maintain power and control over all the resources. And that's all that matters to them at the end of the day. Yeah, go ahead and vote. Do you think European colonizers here gave us the right to vote because that vote threatened their power, because that vote threatened their control over resources, or because they realized, hey, you know what? We have control of everything on the board. Just let them vote for their representatives. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's not actually gonna, there's no way for that ballot to threaten our power. Because if our power is threatened, we just throw the board over and it's fine. And we show them what the game really is about. Power and control and the monopoly on violence. What is that? The Pando Loco? I used to watch a lot of Hassan, who always claimed the majority report to be allies. They are Zionists. Emma immediately hits him with the, it's unrealistic, it's disgusting. Oh, we got plenty of clips of Emma advocating for the right of the Zionist project to exist. Because it does exist. That is their logic. That is the settler colonial logic.
Right now, it is a one state.
Yeah.
And with varying degrees of apartheid. Because I don't, what's happening in Gaza goes far beyond apartheid. I mean, it is a slaughter, a genocide, ethnic cleansing. And like, we have a template.
And why is it that the Zionist project can conduct a slaughter, a genocide, and ethnic cleansing? Because that's what settler colonialism requires. That's not what apartheid necessarily requires, but that is what settler colonialism requires.
For what needs to happen with an apartheid state. That is, it needs to become not an apartheid state.
Cool. What about the settler colonialism? What about the settler colonialism? What about the primary contradiction? What about the core issue? The Zionist entity cannot implement an apartheid state in Palestine without first colonizing Palestine. So if you remove its ability to enact an apartheid state, that does not somehow negate or rid us, the Palestinians, the world, of settler colonialism. It just doesn't.
And, you know, if you want to talk about, you know, what is a realistic, a realistic change that can happen, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to say,
you hear that? Sam Seder once again doubles down on the fact that decolonization in Palestine cannot happen. That's what he's claiming. 211 what? 55? Let's go 211 something. Yeah, 30.
If you want to talk about, you know, what is a realistic, a realistic change that can happen, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Ending apartheid and the Zionist entity going the way of South Africa is not just realistic for Sam Seder, but something that we should be pushing towards. Because that will save the Zionist institutions. That will save the Zionist project. And he's a fucking Zionist at the end of the day. So he does not want to see. He does not want to see the end of the Zionist project. He said it himself. He said it himself. Sam Seder said, I do not think the Zionist project should disappear.
This
Hold on. It's this one.
You're not anti-Zionist if you believe that Israel has a right to exist. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist? I don't know about that.
how?
I mean,
Here he says it. I'll slow down. Hear his words.
Well, no. Like, I believe Israel has the right to exist.
I believe Israel has the right to exist. Sam Seder. I believe Israel has the right to exist. Sam Seder. Everything after that is just letting us know what type of Zionist he is. Everything after that is just letting us know what type of Zionist he is.
I just don't think it can exist as a Jewish state as opposed to a democratic one. Like, I mean.
But his concern is, hey, its existence is not sustainable in our, day and age as a fucking ethno state. His concern is that the Zionist project cannot exist in its current state. So as a liberal Zionist, he's like, we need to advance the Zionist project into a more democratic route in order to ensure its continued existence. That is the concern of the liberal Zionist. He is not as dogmatic as his rabid Zionist peers. That's not the case. Fragile Handle, thank you for the super chat. Where is Czar Farm? Czar, I don't know that. That sounds fucking cool though. Just because I'm not Czar currency. No, I didn't mean to. I just want to know where it's from. Yeah. Oh wow, South Africa. Damn, that means so fucking much. Thank you. Wow, thank you for supporting the channel. Super chats are turned on, but I generally like it's always difficult. It's always tricky. Like, you never want to be disrespectful, or overstep, and disparage the legacy of revolution in South Africa. But the way that these radlibs manipulate it, you have to kind of be blunt and honest to dispel, the myth that they're creating around South Africa and the end of apartheid there, the end of apartheid, right? In order to guarantee that they're not going to mislead and do the same to Palestinians. So Fragile Handle with Care, thank you so much for the super chat. It really does mean a lot. You say thank you for the knowledge sharing and the lols. Of course, yeah, I try my best. But yeah, it's just it does mean a lot. That somebody from South Africa is. You could always tell me I'm wrong, and I'll be more than happy to re-educate myself on the subject. But it's just so disgusting the way that they manipulate that history and normalize, the selling out of decolonization in South Africa. The Hamon, everything else is Zionist with Sasson. Exactly. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's the preferred type of Zionism.
I think, you're, and I think we'll probably have a guest on in this in terms of like, the definition of Zionism is sometimes can be a little bit like sort of evasive. I don't know that I've ever really considered myself anti-Zionist per se.
So he literally says that Israel has a right to exist, that it should not disappear. And then he adds to that, I've never considered myself anti-Zionist. What more do you want to understand that this motherfucker is a Zionist? What more does he need to say? What more does he need to say?
But if being a Zionist is to support Israel as it is currently configured, fundamentally so.
It's always with these liberals. It's always in the language. Always with these liberals is in the language. As it currently stands, fundamentally so. As it currently stands, fundamentally so. They throw that shit in there to give themselves an escape to continue supporting the settler colonial project. They do that in hopes that their audience don't pick up on that shit, because these people are dependent on uneducated audience. The Majority Report, Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland, Hassan Piker, Kalkulinski, they are dependent on profiting from an uneducated audience that they can mislead. I've said this before. A lot of you motherfuckers in the chat are smarter than I am, are more educated than I am. Some, unlike Yipper, are even funnier than me. Right? But these people, the reason they have such a large audience is not just because they've been around for so long or because they were born in third base like Hassan Piker, amplified by TYT, his uncle Cenk Uygur, and his good friend, the creep pedal Destiny. It's because they give the uneducated audience what they want to hear. They never challenge their audience, right? They don't want their audience reading shit. They don't want their audience to be educated, because then they'll realize how full of shit they truly are, how disingenuous they are, how they're trying to mislead them.
that we have a tier of second-class citizens, and then also maintaining, what is now appears to be a permanent occupation, not annexation, then yes, I am an anti-Zionist. But I don't think that Israel should disappear. I don't think that they're
or even we don't advocate for people being removed. What we want is, I think, what Pappy and a lot of people.
He literally says it. I do not think that Israel should disappear. And of course, Matt Leck, his little fucking, his leftist attack dog, who thinks that you could be your best friends with your boss, who can't even fucking unionize his 5-person workplace. That good leftist that can't even unionize his 5, 10 max workplace? Get the fuck out of here.
Jeff Halper of the Israeli Committee Against Housing Demolition, they say one state, democratic, and I personally am if we can help that and fund peace in it, which is what the original project should have been, except the world was too nationalistic at that time.
The original Zionist project should have been peace among colonizers and the indigenous population. That's what the original Zionist project should be. That is fucking crazy.
Time to really do that.
Yes.
And we were too obsessed with borders. I mean, India was being partitioned at the same time. That's the world that this was formed in. If we could go back in time and say, yes, we're going to but we're not going to be expelling anybody because of demographics.
Did you hear the end of that, Matt Leck? But we're not going to be expelling. How do you colonize a land? How do you occupy a land without expelling the indigenous population? By eradicating it. That's the only way. There's only so much fucking land. Yipper, I can't wait to see you in court, pal. I cannot wait to see you in court. Fuck it. But yeah. And yes, because Emma Vigeland has done the same. Emma Vigeland is also discussing fucking ghoul. Let's see if it's in here somewhere. Or am I going to have to search Emma Vigeland's name? Yeah, it's right here.
But when people say there's no evidence,
no, that's even worse. Hold on. Maybe yes, this one.
Yeah, when people ask the question, does Israel have the right to exist? Of course it does.
When people ask the question, does the Zionist project have the right to exist? Emma Vigeland says, of course it does.
Yeah, when people ask the question, does Israel have the right to exist? Of course it does. Of course people in Israel have the right to safety. Of course, because it does exist.
Of course, Zionist colonizers have the right to safety. Again, we've been over this with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, where she talks about defensive weapons, when she talks about funding the Iron Dome. It's just defensive. Defensive against who? Right? Defense means the safety of the colonizer. So when Emma Vigeland says that the Zionist colonizers have the right to safety. Safety from whom? Safety from what? Indigenous resistance. Safety from indigenous resistance is what she's saying.
And because people live there. That's why they have the right. Because
people live there. Well, how did they come to live there? By stealing and killing. By stealing and killing. That's the way colonizers live anywhere. By stealing and killing.
What doesn't exist would mean expelling, 9 million Israelis that live there? No. The point, though.
Fuck. They sound like a Holocaust denialist. 4 million, 8 million, 9 million. They sound like Holocaust deniers. Denialists. Deniers? There you go. Deniers. Holocaust deniers.
Israel have the right to exist? Of course it does. Of course people in Israel have the right to safety. Of course, because it does exist and because people live there. That's why they have the right. Because saying that it doesn't exist would mean expelling 9 million Israelis that live there? No. The point though is that does it have the right to exist in a way that is a permanent apartheid state and an occupation where?
See, the point is apartheid. The point for them is apartheid because they've seen it with their own eyes that they could maintain control, that the colonizers can maintain control of the land that they stole even after ending apartheid. But guess what? Now they don't have to pretend to care. Now their settler cousins across the globe don't have to pretend to care about the treatment of the indigenous population, about the fact that the indigenous population don't have control over their resources, their land, that they have not set up their own government without colonizer influence. So that's what they want to normalize. That's what they push for. These are still white supremacists. These are still people advocating for settler colonialism. We have to view them as our enemy. We must view them as our enemy, or else we will be misled every single time, and we will remain under their fucking control. And by they, I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm saying colonizers, European colonizers.
There's 2.4 million people plus that have no rights, like don't have rights of movement, don't have rights to drive on certain roads. Only Israelis have that right. Don't have rights over their water supply, over their electricity, over their futures. And I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But
that is the circular logic of a colonizer. The settler colonial project has a right to exist because it does exist. The settler colonial project has a right to exist because it does exist. How do you argue with that? Do you see why I'm working? Well, I took a pause, but I need to go back to work on writing about settler realism. This is the perfect, Emma Vigeland is the perfect colonizer. She's the perfect colonizer, the perfect liberal colonizer. Gave us just, that's a fucking semester right there. Arguing with colonizers and their secular logic. Let's hear it one more time. Let's hear this genius one more time. This is the reason why Sam Seder hired her, by the way. Why he made her co-host.
Over their futures. And I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But
disgusting. And you got to let her finish. You got to let her finish. You got to let her explain why it has the right to exist. Or else I'm taking it out of context.
It needs to also include the rights of Palestinians. That is the central question here. And so when
there's no difference than saying the U.S. has to include the right of indigenous people. But why not just give the indigenous people the right to run the government on their land? And that would require no more European U.S. government.
people ask that question, oftentimes they're asking, does it have the right to exist in an exclusionary way? And I would say that that is a violation of international law in the way that it has been conducting its business.
And again, their job is to not just lie to you, but to change the way that you think about these subjects so that you stay within the framework of settler realism. No. You're asking the wrong question, is what she's saying to her audience. Was that 1.5, 1.7 million subscribers? Here's the question you should be asking instead. You shouldn't be asking whether a settler colonial project, a Zionist one, should exist. You should be asking whether apartheid should be implemented. What strategy of control should the Zionist project use? That is the question they want you asking. Again, and it reminds me, we're still on Twitter. Yeah, it reminds me of this. I think I reposted. Yes. Literally this that we were going over Wise to Dumb TV with Dr. Gilmore. Literally this is what they're advocating for.
Papoya Dayan, who was actually a counterinsurgent, a Jewish counterinsurgent in Palestine. And I mean, he put it really like in a succinct way. He said, the goal is to convince the target population that your institutions are the best they can get.
That the Zionist institution is the best that the Palestinians could hope for. So that's what Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland, these are psychological operators. These are counterinsurgent psychological operators to change the way that you view this, to change the questions. Literally, Emma Vigeland is changing the question in real time. In real time, changes the question for her audience. You're asking the wrong questions. These are not the questions you're looking for. Disgusting.
He said, the goal is to convince the target population that your institutions are the best they can get. Mm-hmm. Right? They don't have to love you, but they have to be convinced that the best civil administration they can get is from your government as the white counterinsurgent state. Right? And you're seeing this type of process take place with Black people over hundreds of years. Right? That we're better off not being self-determined because we'll harm women.
And that's what they want. That's what these liberal Zionists want to push for Palestinians.
We're better off being under the boot of our oppressors because at least I could ride around without a YN scaring me. Right. Papoya Dayan, who was actually a counter.
Always go check out Wise to Dumb TV. Subscribe to them. Great fucking work. Oh shit, we're here, huh?
Yeah, and I just want to say it's also not it would be not the right thing to do as well. Like, I mean, for all of our discussion, and it's true that right now the Israeli public is deeply radicalized, and
right now, the Israeli public, right now, the colonizers are just really aggressive. Right now, they've always been, motherfucker. They've always been. That is a requirement.
The polling on this front about their desire to continue the genocide is really not great. But we have to believe in a process of truth and reconciliation and of redemption. And this is why it's the one state from the river to the sea, a democratic state, is the most humane, it's the most productive, and it's the most realistic of any of the options that are in front of us right now.
They just spew fucking slogans. They just spew fucking. What do you mean? How can you say that? How can you say that in the same sentence as from the river to the sea? You don't know what from the river to the sea means in that case. From the river. If you're saying all that fucking bullshit to defend the right of colonizers to maintain the lands that they stole, it's so fucking evil. That's what it is. It's fucking evil. It's disgusting. Hear her one more time. Hear her one more time. Listen to this bullshit. Where are we at? If we're 21, 212, 212, 39, 212, 39.
From the river to the sea, a democratic state, is the most humane, it's the most productive, and it's the most realistic of any of the options that are in front of us right now.
Yeah,
and they're so tired of talking about this. They're so fucking tired of talking about this because they need to find new ways to justify their support for a settler colonial project, even as it carries out genocide. They need to find new ways to carry water for them, to excuse the continued existence of the settler colonial project on Palestinian land.
When they call for denazification of the Palestinians, that's like clearly, it's a denazification of the Israeli entire public,
Yeah.
I hate the way that they always use Nazis. The Nazis were inspired by settler colonialism here in the U.S. The so-called U.S., right? They were inspired by this. So, by talking about Nazis, one, you bypass settler colonialism because people don't view Lebensraum as settler colonialism when that's what it was. It was just in Europe. So it has to be special, it has to be different. The issue, is just forcing these people to recognize that the Zionist project does not have the right to exist. But then it would force them to recognize that this settler colonial project has no legitimacy either. None that is established without violence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's so frustrating. That's of course one thing that bothers me. But I have a whole idea of what happened October 7th too, where I think they came in and were going for military targets, and we know that the Apaches came in as soon as 9:30 a.m. right? So I'm assuming, if you think about it, squadrons of Apaches, they obviously killed almost all the unarmed civilians. I'm assuming, and so all this cover up.
Well, I don't think it's healthy to assume. There is a.
Oh, I don't think it's healthy to assume that the genocidal, cannibalizing Zionist project took out their own. I don't think it's healthy to assume you're going to make an ass out of you, me, and Israel, pal, and we just cannot have that here in the majority report.
Relatively clear record. It's definitely the case. Appreciate the call. Yeah. It's definitely the case that they went into at least in part, but definitely the case that they hit two military bases, Israeli military bases, and it is also the case that there was undoubtedly some friendly fire that killed some of those Israelis. But we also know that
Friendly fire, bro. Friendly fire is such a wild and convenient way to call it. Some of us may call it the Hannibal Directive. Not Sam. Not good old Samuel over here.
Hamas and the essentially the force they came through, they're also killed civilians.
Colonizers are not civilians. They are invaders. You break into somebody's home. You didn't fucking take out a civilian. You took out a home invader. You were defending yourself. But again, it's a normalization of settler colonialism. It's all in the language. It's all in the fucking language.
So,
yeah,
we don't need to.
They should have used the Hannibal Directive. That's bad. Whether they did or not on October 7th doesn't really change the ultimate solution.
Whether they did or not use the Hannibal Directive, no. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's fucking important. Whether they did or not is fucking wild.
Which is one state with equal rights for all and probably generations of international peacekeepers.
Why do colonizers deserve equal rights? Can somebody explain that to me? What has a colonizer done to deserve equal rights? Commit a genocide? A genocide earns you equal rights? A genocide of the indigenous population earns you equal rights. Matt Leck, everyone. To no surprise, also white, also fucking colonizer.
Yes.
To disempower things like the IDF. The IDF should absolutely be wound down.
The IDF should absolutely be wound down. That's where the bar is for liberals. The IDF, the IOF is committing a fucking genocide, and you're talking about it should be wound down, not dismantled. Not every single IOF soldier tried and veteran tried for war crimes. Wonder Bread Tube, y'all. Wonder Bread Tube.
And it should be basically the UN. You break it, you buy it. This isn't going to be like the right wing Tucker, like, let's stop spending money over there. You break it, you buy it. The world has an obligation to basically de-radicalize that entire area.
And
de-radicalize the entire area. Are you suggesting that Palestinians need to be de-radicalized as well? Because you said the entire area. You did not say Zionists. De-radicalize the entire area. Am I not to assume, and his audience included, to think that he's suggesting de-radicalizing Palestinians?
So Nicholas saying not friendly fire. That's the Hannibal Directive. I mean, I think there's two different things going on there.
Here's Sam Seder, the liberal Zionist propagandist. Let me muddy the fucking waters. No. There's two things going on: friendly fire and the Hannibal Directive. Some people took out their peers out of friendliness. Others took it out of the Hannibal Directive.
Hannibal Directive is specifically to prevent hostages from being taken. But I also think that in the course of the fighting, they were killing Israelis.
Yes, well, the Hannibal Directive is, if you want to be very specific, about preventing the capture of colonizers. Sure. However, the objective is to blame. The fundamental objective is not just to prevent the capture of colonizers, but it's to put the blame of their death on the Palestinians. To put their death on Palestinians, not to take accountability. That's why it's like hush hush. They don't really like talking about it. Definitely not promoting it outside of the Zionist project. But it's to put the blame, the death, not on the Zionist project willing to cannibalize and sacrifice its colonizers, but on the Palestinians for daring to resist. daring to have some hostage exchange. So by still putting those lives not on the Zionist project, you're still contributing to the narrative that the Hannibal Directive is also meant to push.
As well.
Yeah. So for people, to make sure that people know like the numbers I'm talking about here, and you can look it up, but this came polling maybe around a month ago at this point, that 64% of Israelis, this was conducted by Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 64% of Israelis believe that local media's reporting on Gaza has been balanced and there's no need to present a broader picture regarding the situation of Gaza's civilians. Then you also have in this same poll, it was insane, 69% of Israelis say that the CNN and BBC are biased in favor of the Palestinians, and half of Israelis say that Fox News is biased in favor of the Palestinians. So what do you...
And it's our job to re-educate these poor, misled, miseducated colonizers. The Palestinians just have to put up with living next door to them. Some of them still in their homes. Emma Vigeland, Sam Seder, Matt Leck, The Majority Report.
You do with that kind of brainwashing, except it has to come from the outside.
And right now, half our political system is stacked to, play to their prejudices instead.
Right.
Let's go back.
Yeah. Showing our ass again, exposing ourselves as collaborators to settler colonialism. These people are just as dangerous as the Charlie Kirks. I'll say that. When it comes to the Zionist project, absolutely. Because they mislead leftists, people that actually have compassion, consciousness, and a willingness to want to understand the plight of the Palestinians, to understand settler colonialism, are being misled by these people to normalize the continued colonization of Palestine. That's why I say they're just as dangerous. It's easy when Charlie Kirk is saying disgusting things about, laughing about the destruction of Palestine. It's easy to point out, oh, this is a Zionist collaborator. But because liberal Zionists are critical of the Zionist project, they get a pass. It's disgusting. Albert C in the chat, I don't know what the story is on the last producer, the dude named Bradley, leaving, but part of me hopes it's because he realized the double talk he was in the room with. Yeah, I think Bradley was, he looked spicy white, right? He was, there's something going on there. He wasn't completely white. I think it was more of that. I think the way that Sam Seder was, how quick he was to get frustrated with him as he was starting this job, was more of a reflection that Sam Seder does not like working with anyone that isn't actually white. He's a racist, y'all. You need to come to an understanding. You need to he's a fucking racist. I don't know how much evidence y'all need to determine that a white, affluent man is racist, one that is educated in politics, and still demonstrates this type of behavior. It says so much to me. I don't need a lot of fucking examples. Because you're too smart to be fucking slipping up like this. But I didn't care for that fool either. What the fuck you working for these fools anyways? Yeah, he yelled at Bradley a couple times. A couple times he did. I don't know. Maybe Bradley wasn't good at his job. But I also know that he doesn't yell at white people like that when they're males. Oh, David Barnes, you got that? You got that? You know what it is about the producers and why the Majority Report needs producers when they're just a glorified fucking political streamers? Because Sam Seder's incompetent. He can't do this shit on his own. That's why. Emma Vigeland has no fucking charisma. She could not start her own fucking channel on her own without TYT and without the Majority Report. Who the fuck would listen to Emma Vigeland? Who the fuck would listen to that boring, stale fucking white bread? Nobody would. There's a reason why the peak, the Majority Report, was with Michael Brooks, because he actually had a sense of fucking humor. And Sam Seder said, I'm never getting outshined like that again. I'm never getting outshined again like that. So I'm going to hire the most bland, uncharismatic person possible. And here we have Emma Vigeland. Jesus. Let's see. There's some shit too. There's a while back. Yeah, Bradley kind of dipped out for a while. They didn't really give ceremony to him. He was just gone one day. Ah, this shit's funny. Yeah, we'll watch this next. Like, fuck it. Here we go.
A shooter or a domestic terror.
It's just 20 minutes. It's just 20 minutes. My apologies. This is just so fucking funny. Especially if you know what an absolute scumbag Nathan Robinson is. It just says so much when these fucking people aren't willing to live up to the principles that they pretend to preach and uphold.
Nice to finally talk to you. I've seen much of you. I think you've seen a fair bit of our magazine. I've seen you very kindly read out some of our tweets and articles.
Our magazine? Homie, it's you. It's you. You prevented it from being our magazine. The way he talks, the way he dresses, everything about this motherfucker. Everything about him is unbearable. And I mean both of them in their own unique way.
Before.
Yeah,
but,
I have we not done an interview before? I feel like we've corresponded in the past.
I think it's been discussed.
Fucking self-aggrandizing douchebags. We've corresponded. We talked, homie. We chopped it up. We talked some shit. We corresponded.
I think it's never come to fruition. I know you feel like someone I've met, but I don't think we've ever actually met. I think I've just seen.
This is Nathan Robinson, a blowhard from Current Affairs. Cannot be concise to save his fucking life. He writes the way that he dresses. This is actually very underdressed for him. Just absolutely the worst. These guys compete for the worst aesthetics of the left. Like how to just alienate yourself from the working class, these two.
Almost certain. I don't know. I can't remember. I cannot remember right now, but I am almost certain. Hold on, let me fix this camera angle a little bit.
I'm sorry if I've forgotten.
Yeah, you're a busy guy. You're too busy being right all the time with your early calls on John Fetterman.
Oh, that guy, that asshole.
The way that white people are glorified for the most simple fucking obvious takes. You knew David Fetterman? You knew Fetterman was going to be a fucking sellout? Shocking, bro. Fucking Nostradamus over here. Yeah, fucking Willy Wonka ass looking ass exploiter, bro.
Did you see I'm just writing an article tonight about his former chief of staff, Gentleson, who's just started this think tank. And I don't know if you looked at the first paper their think tank put out was on climate change. And it said, how can Democrats talk better about climate change? And their recommendation is stop talking about climate change.
Well, I think the Democratic Party really needs to drop more issues. If they just become more like Republicans, obviously, eventually one of these elections, like they'll trick the Republicans into voting for them, and then they can just be Republicans.
You say that sarcastically, Hassan Piker, or you sound like you're saying it sarcastically.
No, I'm actually dropping my career as a successful podcaster to become a Democrat Party analyst.
Bro, this is the thing. I think there's something about putting so much content out there because I can't watch Hassan Piker's like full streams. I don't understand how people listen to somebody so fucking stupid. I can't. I listen to people that I disagree with, who are at least providing cognitive arguments, but I can't listen to somebody mumble their way manipulate their audio so they sound like, oh, their voice is lower. Check out his earlier streams. To just regurgitate Twitter takes and slogans. I can't sit through that. But even with the limited exposure I have to Hassan's streams, he has literally said that he's spoken to Democratic strategists and that he's given them advice. So why are you joking about this like it's something you would never do or something so ridiculous? When you have stated yourself on your streams that you've done this already, that you've met with Democratic Party strategists and given them ideas and helped them out. You have aided and abetted the genocidal Democratic Party. You've done this. You've said this. You've bragged about this.
That genuinely seems to be the approach of this think tank, of the, there's the Abundance Institute now, and they seem to have converged on these ideas. Now, let me just introduce you for people for people like my parents who don't know who you are. I mean, most people will probably. Hassan Piker is one of the most popular political streamers in the world. He is about to hit.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. God damn.
I think probably within a month or two, 3 million followers on Twitch. He has done interviews before with people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, friend of the magazine Abdul El Sayed. You may have seen his op-ed in the New York Times recently. I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said. You may also have seen his speech at the People's Conference for Palestine, or you may have seen...
The fact that nobody stood up in that conference to yell and remind him that he voted for Kamala Harris, that he helped normalize the genocide of Palestinians. Yeah.
He's also the guy that journalists go to when they want to answer the question, how do we speak to the young men? And so you may have seen his profile in GQ. Hassan Piker thinks America might be cooked. Hassan Piker, they have some weird titles, these. Hassan Piker.
Bro. God. You know what it is? It's not even a lack of self-respect. It's the narcissism. Narcissism allows you to do that. Narcissism allows you to do that. And do not believe that this is fucking new. This is why I tell people, like, show me actual material change from the bro tip guy to this dude. His PR and his image control has gotten better, but this is no different than when he was just getting popular. Let's see. Hassan White commercial. Yeah, that'll do it. Is that gonna be here? Come on now. Where are you? Where are you? Tell me this fucking GQ shit. Tell me this. Oh, I'm just an everyman. Multi-millionaire, bro. I just play basketball in the park. Tell me this guy. Oh, Palestine, but I vote for Kamala Harris. Isn't this same fucking dude from 2017?
I'm here to talk to you today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, a battle against intellectualism. This is a war against rational behavior. And we're not even aware of it.
Whoa.
And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world. Because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised.
It will be streamed, motherfuckers. 10-hour streams in my home, non-stop. We're halfway there, chat. We're halfway there.
Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
Billy Joel is going to be upset if we don't talk about fashion. You know what I mean?
Always with the sexism. You gotta love it. Same fucking guy. Almost a decade later. Same fucking dude. Come on, bro. How is that guy not the same fucking same fucking dude, man?
Let's get out tips on how to get women in a club.
Yes, A3 Productions, they are fucking Zionists. But guess what? Me pulling up a clip that Hassan tried to wash off the internet, wipe off the internet, it's not as bad as going into business with these fucking Zionist schools, knowing they're fucking Zionists. So we just saw a video from 10 years ago. This is what, like another decade before that, if not less.
Out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cock block you because they're fat and lonely. Back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time: old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark.
And you wonder why he was friends with Destiny, who's a pedo, who's a fucking consent violator, who leaks sexual videos without consent of the partners in those videos. Hear what he says again. And nobody on the left was like, yo, what the fuck?
Great question of all time: old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark. I want to.
Fucking disgusting, bro. Fucking disgusting. He didn't stop being friends with Destiny because he was a fucking creep, predator. He stopped being friends with Destiny because he couldn't out debate him.
What's really interesting about it is that
a progressive mind in a MAGA body in the New York Times, and Hassan Piker, himbo great gateway drug for progressives.
Yeah, no, Bro Tips was not a joke. Bro Tips was them trying to be edgy. You have to understand, when TYT first started, they were trying to be the Howard Stern of the left. That's why like the whole TYT upskirt photos of Britney Spears. Like, they promoted this. Cenk Uygur said, if you want to see the upskirt photos of Britney Spears, go to tyt.com. They were trying to be that. And this was part of it. Doesn't mean it was like they weren't, that wasn't their actual angle, their actual personal beliefs. That's who they were.
NPR.
You got to remember, Hassan Piker's a sex tourist. Hassan Piker's a sex tourist. So that aligns with his actual actions. It's not like they're distinct.
How do you feel about the various monikers that have been applied to you, Hassan Piker?
Fantastic. What's really interesting about it is that the media will come to me in the aftermath of elections for an autopsy, and then they just like avoid listening to anything I have to say.
But I feel like the things that you do say, I hear you go on like Pod Save America, and they go, Hassan Piker, tell us why we lost, and you go, well, it's because you're not speaking to the things that normal people want out of their politicians.
Yeah. And then they immediately go, yeah, that's not it. And we saw a version of that with Zoran too, because like I'm eternally grateful for Zoran Mamdani, not because he too is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist, but also because
this part. What did he just call him? A 34-year-old Muslim socialist. When Hassan was bragging that like, oh, Ethan Klein's an idiot, yeah, he is. Ethan Klein's a Zionist, yeah, he is. And all those things were true when you went into business with him and started the podcast Leftovers. But Hassan was saying, oh, I've never hidden the fact that I was a socialist. I've never hidden this fact, this and that. Yeah, he does. He does it on purpose because he doesn't believe in anything. He believes in Hassan. He believes in Hassan. And what is more profitable to Hassan is to pretend to be on the left. So now here's another example of how he lies to his audience. He called Mamdani a socialist, right? We just heard him call Mamdani a socialist. Where are we at? Let's go 33.
Too, because like I'm eternally grateful for Zoran Mamdani, not because he too is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist.
He too is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist, right? Let's see. Zoran Mamdani, yeah, socialist, right? He answered this question already, but I want to see the video of it.
All right. You are a self-described democratic socialist.
He is a self-described democratic socialist, not a socialist. He is a self-described democratic socialist, not a socialist.
All right. You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is.
The language turns to no billionaires, but you have cool millionaires like Hassan Piker, so they should exist. Millionaires are fine now. All right, cool.
So much money in a moment of such inequality, and ultimately what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well, let me ask you about what Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has had to say. He's had a lot to say about your campaign. He called you a communist. Because he's the president, I want to give you a chance to respond directly to him. How do you respond? Are you a communist?
No, I am not. And I have already had to start to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. And I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower that he has since then betrayed. And when we talk about my politics, you know, I call myself a democratic socialist, in many ways inspired by the words of Dr. King from decades.
I call myself a democratic socialist. Now, am I being nitpicky? Normally I would say yes. To be annoying, I'd be like, let's get over it, whatever. But the point is to change these words, to use them interchangeably, so that these people, these frauds, these opportunists can't be pigeonholed. Can't actually stick to a fucking position. So Hassan's lying, calling Mamdani a socialist. Mamdani calls himself a democratic socialist. Hassan responds to Ethan Klein. Look. We went over this. We've seen it. Where's the actual fucking stream? Is of them talking. Is this one it? Nope. Here's where they're talking. Here where it's in Japan. It's the Japan stream. Here we go.
He wears jackets that say...
Hold on. Here it is.
Slurs saying, you know what? This is the old me. This is not the real me. Okay. I am going to become a better person. Slurs.
Line teetering on
who that person is. I will always admire someone who has the dignity and the courage to openly say, I was wrong for doing this stuff. This is not who I am. Okay. Just understand. Idubbbz being a example of this.
Idubbbz a fucking racist. And you know, Milhouse, one of the many things, he's a huge channel. I don't think we'll ever talk, although he seems like a funny dude. Milhouse, I don't know his name, from Don't Worry podcast. Man, I don't know how. Wow, the way that he still is an H3 fan. He still is very much an H3 fan. The parasocial shit deep in your fucking head. But Milhouse has gone from normalizing the Zionism of Ethan Klein and IOF veteran Hila Klein to normalizing the racism of Idubbbz. It's like this brown motherfucker needs his white savior. Anthony needs a fucking white savior to glorify, to help whitewash their fucking sins away. Or brownwash, I guess. It's sad as fuck, bro. How do you have such a large platform? How do you have such a great supportive community? I've seen it. I like watching his shit, I'm not gonna lie. I like watching his stuff. But almost every other fucking sentence is like, Idubbbz is great, isn't he? Why? Because his racism didn't affect you? Is that why he's great? Because what has Idubbbz done materially that did not profit him financially in this whole fucking PR stunt? Can somebody answer me, what has Idubbbz done materially that did not benefit him financially for me to believe that he's changed? Because you had people like Ole and all these fucking other white rad libs help wash his fucking sins away because, oh, he's on our side now. It's cool. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Nah, bro. You need to pay up or you need to fucking pay up. And it's funny how these people never just disappear. Never say, hey, I was wrong. Peace out. I apologize for the harm I've done. No, they say, no, I'm going to stick around and make more fucking money with a new fucking angle. If they were really, you know, had any regret, they resented their old self, they would say, hey, you know what? I'm going to start making videos from a leftist perspective. I'm going to combat the racism that I helped spread, and I'm not going to monetize anything. Or, even better, whatever I make, I'm going to become 100% transparent with and donate it to charity and programs and organizations, maybe other smaller creators in need, non-white creators, to help and try to bring some balance to the harm that I've done online. It's that simple. It's not complicated, but it's like, nah, fuck that. I got to keep making the fucking plata.
Right? And it's, I mean, yeah, it's basically this. The entire quote unquote content nuke is
You're
this.
also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But yes.
No.
Why not,
Don't even believe in
motherfucker?
that. Hey, listen, I'm one of the biggest pocket watchers ever known to man. Like, I've already summed you up in what you make. And I sum up rappers, I sum up entertainers. Look, my guy Kai, I just did a whole little rap sheet of his thing.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist.
The excuse, the built-in excuse, socialism is not a poverty cult. I could be a multimillionaire and be a socialist. Cool. Do you have to organize to be a socialist? Do you need to use your multi-millions to help fund socialist projects? Nah, bro. Nah, you just become petty bourgeois and use union labor. Yeah, let's use union labor to sell my merch. Yeah, let's do that. Bro, Hassan loves talking to fucking creeps, bro. Hassan loves associating with fucking predators. It's what he does.
Even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you.
You're also kind of borderline teetering on.
There you go. And what is this?
Had a terrifying vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hassan?
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hassan Piker. That's it.
Bro, the list of fucking creeps that Hassan has associated with, you know, it's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. He's a sex tourist. What's his name? The Alex dude that came out that was exposed as a creep as well. His good friend that they were always hanging out with. Lolo. Or LOL overruled. Alex, whatever the fuck. Come on.
Hassan groomed me and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
It's kind of funny to have it come out the same day as the JCP tour. Yeah, these people are also so narcissistic. They, like, people that do slop shit, okay? People that do slop shit are so god.
That's what you fucking do, bro. Please, people, understand that Hassan Piker was struggling to, you know, launch his online career, even with having TYT to support him. Even with Cenk Uygur being his uncle. He had to start fucking streaming about fucking, what is it, like Hell's Kitchen and TLC shows?
Goddamn narcissistic that they will unironically say stuff like, oh, well, he did that because of me or something. It's like, no, man, I set this up weeks ago. All right. Yeah. Bro, he said you hid your views the week you've been promoting, talking to the JCP. Someone, like, dude, look at my first interview, okay? Look at the first interview that I did with Ethan Klein, okay? Before I ever did the Leftovers podcast, we had an interview, okay? Please understand something. This is from many, many years ago, okay? This is me. This is, I guess, a piece from his, I guess this is a piece from his video, okay? My hiding being a communist, okay? I had a show.
Me hiding being a communist. So is he a communist or is he a socialist? And he's lying about Zorhan being a socialist because Zorhan calls himself a democratic socialist. Why am I making the distinction? Because Hassan brags about the distinction. That's why.
On the Young Turks called agitative propaganda. Even in these clips, there is a USSR Ushanka behind my head.
Merch.
Okay.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Bro, there is the X-Men behind me, bro. I'm a fucking mutant, bro.
There is a bust. There is a what is it called? A Matryoshka doll of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. That's Che Guevara. That is another USSR Ushanka behind my head.
Bro, Rock Lee is behind my head. I'm at least a Genny. Bro, Rock Lee is right there. I have that work ethic. It's me. I bought it. So with that financial transaction, I adopt all its properties and symbolisms live within me. It's Rock Lee. I'm Rock Lee, bro.
Okay. What the
why do you think I don't do the whole fucking lefty fucking background bullshit? Because it's all aesthetics for these bastards. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We're getting to the words.
Are you saying? What the absolute are you saying? Either you are being disingenuous and acting like there was something sinister afoot, okay, and that there is something that is sinister about being a socialist anyway, which is a ridiculous position, by the way.
So it goes from bragging about communism now to socialism.
I think like there's nothing sinister about being socialist. All right. Ironically enough, the other person whose doll is behind my head, who has this artistic work behind me depicting him as a punk rock guy, also calls himself a socialist. Just
again, lying. Bernie does not call himself a socialist. Bernie Sanders calls himself a democratic socialist. And we'll go through it again. AI, help me, help me. Here we go. Is it the same one?
Senator Bernie Sanders is making his case for democratic socialism. The 2020 presidential candidate explained the ideology in a speech earlier this afternoon. He says the concept is often misunderstood, but could be the way forward for the United States.
We must recognize that in the 21st century, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, economic rights are human rights. And that is what I mean by democratic socialism.
Edward Isaac Dover is the Atlantic. He's with the Atlantic, and he's been covering this story. And he has a story out.
Kind of weird how he doesn't call himself a socialist. He says, that's what I mean by democratic socialism. That's what he said. His own fucking words.
And that is what I mean by democratic socialism.
Even in this clip, I knew that was going to happen. Oh, why is socialism becoming popular? He's still talking about democratic socialism. So Hassan lies to his audience left and right and then gets upset when he gets called out for manipulating those labels to best suit his, his pockets, his clout.
The person that I interviewed a couple weeks ago before I left for Japan. The question that is on everyone's minds is like, there's two things here. There's two outcomes of this. Either you are the dumbest person on the planet and just like, whenever I described my political worldview, it just like went in from one ear and out the other. No bus stop in there. Okay. No pit stops in there whatsoever. It was just like information coming in and out. Okay. Nothing in there. Just an empty hallway. All right. You just did not retain anything that I told you. And you're like, I thought you were like a, kind of progressive, vote blue no matter who type Democrat. What is going on?
Which is hilarious because he does call himself a progressive in the clip he's about to show. He says, yeah, you can call me a progressive. I've never met a fucking socialist. I've never met a goddamn communist. Most definitely not an anarchist. That's like, oh yeah, I guess you could say I'm progressive. Nope. Never seen it. Never heard it. Not just that. Oh, I'm not a vote blue no matter who Democrat. Well, you are when it comes to fucking genocide. So when aren't you a vote blue no matter who? When aren't you bloated ass motherfucker? Yeah, bloated ass narrative that he pushes. When aren't you this guy?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
If you vote for a genocidal maniac like Biden and Harris, pretty sure that's no matter who. If you vote for genocide, pretty sure it's no matter who.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? And if that's the case, then you have no business doing political commentary, okay? Because what are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Then you're just like ill-equipped to have this conversation. You've openly demonstrated that.
I consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what they, that's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more.
No, bro. There's a reason why the right smears the Democratic Party as socialists and communists. They don't call them super liberals.
The more left you are, the more liberal you are, even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal. But yeah, I'm progressive, I guess. That's the catch-all term.
Yeah, I'm progressive, I guess. That's a catch-all term. And his audience is so fucking stupid that they don't hear that. And these fucking Zionists, and he knew they were fucking Zionists, are like, oh, progressive? Oh, that's so fucking cool, progressives. Oh my gosh. I know Zionist progressives. So fucking cool. Hassan, wear my merch. Hassan, mock homeless people by offering them my ugly ass Zionist merch. Hassan.
I like progressive. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah. Well, that's why like early stage classical liberals.
Cooper. Why exactly don't socialists, communists, anarchists call themselves progressives? Because it's a fucking meaningless term. What the fuck is progressive? You advocate for the progress of society? All right, cool. In what fucking direction though? You know what I mean? Anyone can call themselves a fucking progressive. It's meaningless. But if you call yourself a socialist, you're like, all right, cool. Tell me more. Who are the theorists? Who are the people that influence you to become a socialist? What's going on? Explain yourself. Show your fucking work. What does your reading catalog look like? What's going on here? Give me some references. But if you say, oh, Ram, are you against progress? Yes, David Barnes, progressive is rebranded liberalism, 100%. And democratic socialism is becoming that. It doesn't have to, but it's becoming that. Yes, progressive is meaningless. It means nothing. At least liberalism meant something.
Who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it.
And I don't know if he's. By the way, this is I give people credit right now when he turned. This is a clean fucking line. Like that's clean right there. Good fucking work to your barber. When you got the money, bro. But when he talks about rebranding in that same fucking segment, he's quite aware, and I wonder whether he gets quiet in these moments because he's like, fuck. Is he reading the chat? He's like, fuck. Did anybody notice that I'm full of shit? Fuck.
They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives, and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
George Soros and Google. He wears
Look at the difference between when you're a thousandaire. Look at the difference between when you're a thousandaire to when you're a millionaire. Just saying. Goals, people, goals. Focus. Motherfucker's so fucking boring, bro. He's so full
Our
of shit.
first ever on-camera conversation, okay? The dem sock like him, first of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan.
So now he makes a distinction and he understands democratic socialism is a player in this.
Turk. They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. What the f? If they have their way.
I think he said he thought you were a dem sock like him. First of all, he's.
So he even his fucking chat is saying, hey, he used to think you're a democratic socialist. And he focused in on Ethan Klein instead of the accusation that his label was democratic socialist.
He's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic socialism and social democracy. Social democracy.
So now he makes himself, goes out of his way, hey, there's a difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat. Honestly, to me, you guys have ruined this fucking shit to such a fucking point that I don't make the distinction. Like, I'm not the one harping on this. I'm only bringing this up because you do this shit. Because you get upset when people don't know the distinctions, and you manipulate people and your image by manipulating those distinctions and blurring the lines. Zoran Mamdani is not a socialist. Bernie Sanders is not a socialist. They are democratic socialists, which is just a rebrand of a rebrand of a rebrand. All right, cool. Why are you crying about it when people misinterpret what you mean, but then you misinterpret and misidentify other people's political positions? It is because he's disingenuous. It is because he doesn't want to be held to a specific position, and he's just here to profit. He doesn't believe in anything. If he did, he would get off his ass and do something that doesn't financially benefit him, does not give him clout. All right, we're going to wrap up with this segment right now.
Demsock like him, first of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic socialism and social democracy. Social democracy is pro-capitalist. I often will openly state that in a place like the United States of America, that is a reactionary shithole where there's no class consciousness whatsoever, that
you're lucky there's no class consciousness whatsoever. That's how you were able to become the face of the left. That's how you were able to become a multimillionaire.
Where, you know, social democrats are seen as radicals in this country, okay? And they're still in line with improving the material conditions of the working class in the United States of America, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You told Ethan multiple times that you wish you hid being a socialist. That's the other problem. That's the other issue. I've told him before, but that's not my problem. I'm sorry, man. If you don't understand the difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, how the f is that my fault, dude? I've explained.
It seems like you don't understand the difference, Hassan, between a socialist and a democratic socialist. Or is it just fucking convenient for your fucking image? It's all PR. That's why I was frustrated when I watched this. That's why I was frustrated, because I'm like, bro, 3 minutes in and you're already fucking lying.
And we saw a version of that with Zoran too, because like I'm eternally grateful for Zoran Mamdani, not because he too is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist.
He's not. The same way that he lies about Bernie being a socialist. He's not. Why lie? Why lie? You're already the largest fucking leftist streamer. Why lie? Because he's here to mislead people. He's here to muddy the fucking waters. He's no different than Sam Seder, his good friend. Anti-Zionism. Zionism can have a lot of definitions, and we'll have somebody on to talk about it. I'm so full of fucking shit, I can't get the words out. No fucking difference in that. They're here to muddy the waters and complicate things. And it benefits them. Personally, it benefits them because, hey, you can't fucking hold me to a position. Literally went from talking about communism to socialism to democratic socialism to social democrat. All those. Mamdani, Bernie, clear to say, we are democratic socialists. And Hassan has to lie and say, no, they're socialists. And yes, David Barnes, democratic socialists and socialist Democrats, basically interchangeable at this point because of people like Hassan Piker. Lying to his audience face. And his audience too fucking stupid to recognize it.
But also because every single thing that I said leading up to the election about all of the issues that the Democrats were facing in terms of like their inability to address these material harms that people were experiencing, cost of living crisis, and their willingness to compromise on a lot of these issues instead of like fighting and instead of like developing a sophisticated counter messaging operation around like immigration and numerous other problems that the Republicans were highlighting. That all came to be the reality. That was the reason why Kamala Harris lost, right? Which, you know, if you ask Kamala Harris, she has 107 different reasons apparently. But at the time, in the aftermath of the election, they were like, okay, you said a lot of these things. Many of them came true. What do you think is the problem with, like, you know, the young men becoming MAGA? And I kept repeating these things over and over again to people, but now it's much easier, so I can just like point to Zoran and be like, well, there's a guy who's doing it. Like that's proof. That's like proof of concept right there. And yet I have noticed that
if you walk your shit back, if you pretend to be a radical and then walk that shit back and bend the knee for the NYPD, that's what men want. Spinelessness. That's what men want. Look, I don't usually do the pitch, but here we go. If you're sick and tired of these white rat libs getting glorified, you come to the right fucking place. We don't just hate them to hate. It's not that we're jealous or envious. It's that we understand that when they are the face, when they are the spokespersons of the left, we are misled. The younger leftists, baby leftists, see this motherfucker and start to be conditioned by their narratives. The Sam Seders, the Cal Kalinskis, the Crystal Balls, the Emma Viglins, the Vanguard, the Humanist Report, but even the TYTs. They start accepting this as, oh, this is how it's really done. This is somebody speaking truth, not just to me, but to power. And it normalizes this fucking behavior. And we have to call it out. They've run shop. These fucking whites, these Wonder Bread tubers have run this fucking joint to the fucking ground. They ruin everything they touch. Because for them, it's about greed, profit, and clout. So if you want to support the channel, go ahead and subscribe. Hit the like button. Get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homie. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. And yes, super chats are turned on. Thank you so much, Sound Innovation, with the super chat. Appreciate it. I'm not here to get rich. I'm just here to pay off student loans. Your boy did not join the military, so no Camaro and a whole bunch of student loans, all right? And I'll be honest with you, people were defending Hassan Piker for his multi-million-dollar home in West Hollywood. First of all, no reason for you to live in West Hollywood, homie. You're not from LA. Chill the fuck out. You could have gotten a home anywhere else. But it's because these petty bourgeois people, they need it. They need the status. They need the fucking zip code. The millions of dollars that he spent on that home, that fool could have bought a nice property and made it housing for leftists around the world to have a place to crash within the LA area and to host fucking lectures. But because this motherfucker grew up rich riding fucking horses. Remember, only the rich of the rich can fly from Turkey to the US, give birth, and then fly back. That's the family he comes from. They feel like they deserve all this. That's why they hide behind socialism is not a poverty cult. Homie, why are you living the fucking high life when Skid Row is how fucking far from your house? And you refuse to get off your ass and organize? It's not like he worked hard for this. He was born on third base. Jank, his uncle, TYT. Destiny, his creep friend. You have to learn how to hate these fucking people. You have to learn how to hate these fucking people. Or else you're going to normalize their behavior and their fucking mindset is going to creep into you. And there you go. Their whole purpose is to de-radicalize your ass. It's like AOC. This is as far left as you can go. And the right loves them. The right loves that Hassan Piker is the face of the left. A multimillionaire? Perfect. Driving a Porsche? Perfect. The left loves that. Because they think that we're all hypocrites like this motherfucker. So if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe. Yipper, did you get scammed by Hassan or are you intimidated? So fortunately, I was never on Twitch, so I never watched Hassan like that. And I can't stand like vocal fry. I can't stand like fake, like pseudo intellectuals. I'll listen to somebody that I disagree with, but it's actually intelligent. Intimidated, bro. It's funny because now it's not gonna happen. The Charlie Kirk incident ruined any chance I had of throwing hands. That's out the window. It's gone. Like, I am bummed out. It's a bummer. So at this point, the only avenue of that is getting like setting my goal to have like 100K subscribers and really fucking blowing up to hope to be part of one of these like misfits or creator clash iDubbbz kind of bullshit. To be like, bro, like, let me just fucking legally hit this motherfucker a few times within a boxing ring sanction, of course. That's a wrap, though. Charlie Kirk ruined that for me. That's why I was crying. That's the real reason I was crying. And the funny thing is, both being in LA County, he's so fucking rich that we might as well live in fucking different states. I'm not seeing this motherfucker in public transportation. So fucking stupid, bro. What else is there? What else is there that I want to go over? We'll let them yap for a little bit.
The media overall still very much refuse to reckon with that, and will still say, "Oh no, it's because he's handsome or he does good social media," and then they try to redo the Zoran thing.
Bro, that's all you guys do.
But for like centrist politicians, and it's just going to be a demonstrable failure.
Yes, you see, actually, a lot of them directly imitating Mamdani's video style, but without the policies, seeing if you can run that. As you say, it is a kind of proof of concept because, you know, we talked to Mamdani pretty early on.
Look at this motherfucker, bro. God damn. I do say. And look, I'm like the worst person because I'm like I have no fashion sense. I have no fashion sense. Button-up shirt doesn't have to be Dickies, but they were on sale, so I bought them years ago. I love this color because it doesn't really get faded. You know, the black and the blue I need to re-up. But I love this. It's not khaki, but maybe it was at some point. I don't remember. My fucking coworkers, when we go out, laugh at me because they're like, bro, looks like you're about to go clock in. That's how you dress. Yeah, I wear boots, whatever the fuck. I don't think about this. So people like this are they're aliens to me, bro. You're telling me that you're spending, what, half an hour at least, minimum, from your morning to dress like this? Jesus. Yipper. I mean, yeah, I guess we're all a little bit, if you think about it in a way, we're all kind of Superman. It's just about how many degrees you are from Superman. Man.
When he was, you know, considered to have absolutely no chance. And I said to him, you know, how are you going to, you know, as a democratic socialist, appeal to New Yorkers? And he said,
Nathan Robinson, though, attention to detail, as a democratic socialist. But they didn't call out Hassan for lying.
You know, he said the same thing he told every single person who asked, relentless focus on affordability. And then if you ask the people who supported him, they will not say, I supported him because of his nice smile. They'll say, like, I can't afford to live in this city.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, bro, like, don't minimize. Don't do the opposite. Don't minimize that he's an attractive dude. He has a wonderful smile. Wonderful smile. Let's not minimize that. Because he is attractive, he is trustworthy. Because he is attractive, he is trustworthy. And he's always dressed in a suit. He's always dressed in a suit. He's smart about that shit. You don't want to dress too casual because you're also brown. He's not like Hassan, right? He's not white. He's not a spicy white. He's actually brown year round. So we don't want to see you in your normal clothing because you might look a little intimidating. Make sure you always wear a suit. So we know you're one of the good ones. We know you got a job, so you're not, you got something to lose.
Don't you know those people don't know what's good for them? They only voted for him because of his nice smile. Actually, it's because
Why do you talk like that, bro? It's so fucking bad, bro.
Let's focus on affordability. And then if you ask the people who supported him, they will not say, I supported him because of his nice smile. They say, like, I can't afford to live in this city.
Well, don't you know those people don't know what's good for them? They only voted for him because of his nice smile. Actually, it's because Andrew Cuomo had a bad smile. That's why he lost.
Well, and
I mean, honestly, no disrespect to Zoran for this reason. Yes, for his bending over backwards for the NYPD. But yeah, it's kind of easy to make your way there to the top when the motherfucker you're competing against has like a laundry list of like bodies, literal fucking bodies. I'm saying literal bodies of victims. That makes it a little bit easier. It's like Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. It worked out for her that she was going against such an old incumbent white man that didn't even bother to show up to debate her. And suddenly, sexism, racism. She was a plant by the Kennedys. What? No,
people say the same thing about you, Hassan. They say people, there was all these profiles I noticed in the thing. They were like, well, he has, I think, was it the New York Times profile that was all like, well, you know, people like a handsome man.
That's, yeah.
And I was like, well, that's true.
Let me talk to you, Robinson. From one feito to another. Stop allowing attractive people to claim that it's not a big deal. Stop it, bro. It is. It absolutely is. Do yourself a favor, Robinson. Go out with your most attractive homie. You know who he is. You know who he is. You low-key secretly hate him. You resent him a little bit. Go out with your most attractive homie and just chill at the bar. See who gets a free drink first. See who women start approaching first. See who gets, the eyes. See who gets them first. It's that simple. Stop downplaying this. Yes, it shouldn't be the major focus, but please stop downplaying the beauty fucking standards that we uphold here. Come on. No, not RK Jr. AOC was an intern for which one of the Kennedys. Who was she an intern for? And everybody wants to pretend that she was just a bartender who just said, I want to go to Washington. AOC internship for Kennedy. It was Ted Kennedy. Hacker News. I don't know what this is, but yes. Oh, this is weird. I've been hacked. Oh, Medium. All right. Let's stop pretending AOC stumbled her way into Congress. There you go. The conventional narrative would have you believe AOC, the youngest woman ever elected to Congress, was an inexperienced political novice who mysteriously landed a seat in Congress, but every major media outlet loves to perpetrate this narrative, referring to her as a bartender, a waitress, or a housekeeper. I never heard that. That one was just you, homie. I've never heard that last one. That's a little racist. All of which are jobs she's held. Sure, the simplistic one-sided approach, whether nefarious in nature or done for ratings, both, is only a small part of the story. Here are a few historical points the media seems reluctant to share. Reluctant. There you go. To share. I'm sort of a perfectionist. While in college, Cortez interned for U.S. Senator Ted Kennedy in both immigration issues and foreign relations. Yes, that Kennedy brother, President John F. Kennedy, and Attorney General Bobby Kennedy. Lion of the Senate, Massachusetts Ted Kennedy. Where was she attended? I don't know, that's right. Where was she attending college while entering for Mr. Kennedy, you might ask? That's a dumbass sentence. Just tell us. Boston University. Oh, she graduated cum laude, yeah, I guess as they say, with a bachelor's degree in international relations and economics. But surely is he calling her a waitress or the bartender from the Bronx who somehow stumbled her way into a congressional seat? Yeah. Not only that, but she worked with Nomiki Konst, who was also a regular for a Majority Report. Let's see. Is there a video of this? Maybe no, this is 2020. No. Too late. 2019. Who is Nomiki Konst? Where are we? She, see what I mean? Identifies as a democratic socialist, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Where is it? The Young Turks. Yeah. But there's Nomiki has talked about coaching AOC. That she coached her for media. Maybe here and Y1 moderator. There's a whole ass piece on her. God damn, bro. Yeah, not gonna find it. Call me a liar, I guess.
But I was watching your speech at the Palestine conference, and one of the things I was struck by there was that...
Yeah, Nomiki's a fucking racist, by the way. Yeah, she would brag about her connections to the Democratic Party and AOC all the time.
You were giving the audience there, your message was like relentless, like life is difficult, this is hard, but we have to keep pushing, we have to hope.
It's easy to feel powerless in the face of such tremendous cruelty. I totally understand how some people want to tap out every now and then. But you must never succumb to nihilism.
I will say this. I think him being a streamer has made him a bad public speaker. His delivery is and also because he doesn't believe in the shit. But I've heard now some of his speeches, and his delivery is weak as fuck.
You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate.
Now, I won't. I'm not going to organize. But you must. You must. You poor people. You peasants should. Yeah, Dakadun Nomiki was on TYT. She was on the Majority Report, and she eventually got pushed out because she's a fucking fraud working for the DNC and was running against a DNC endorsed candidate in order to try and prevent her from winning. That was Nomiki's legacy. Sam Seder continued to endorse her despite saying that he would support any candidate endorsed by the DNC. That's Sam Seder. He's a fucking fraud.
Because the quicker we can create enough insurmountable pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its double suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives as possible. We do it for those who have been martyred, and we do it for those who still remain.
If I was going to watch you,
he does not believe in what he's saying. He does not believe in what he's saying. And we know for a fact that he doesn't believe in anything that he spews. We've seen it. I can pull it up every single fucking stream. It's the same fucking thing.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
He voted for her for all the martyrs, for those that remain.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Look, I will tell you this. N. Walker says, you can tell bro doesn't read. Well, you put don't read. My bad. I didn't read your fucking chat right. Y'all heard me read. Again, we could hide behind of English second language. You could hide behind dyslexia, all this stuff. But I don't struggle with what I write. You know what I'm saying? Like if I write something and I have enough time to memorize it, I'll be fine. Here's the thing. It is difficult to find time to read when you stream for so long. It is difficult and you're kind of exhausted and your brain's a little fried, but it's still your responsibility to read. It's still mine. Sometimes I trick myself and at work, I'll read some comics and then I'll start reading some fucking whatever book I'm on that I'm taking too long to finish. Because sometimes I need to trick myself. I'm like, oh, that's right. Reading is fun. Staring at a screen is fun. And then you just engage in it. Like, oh shit, that's a dope story. All right, cool. Enough of that. Right now, last week I was reading a little bit of Thor. I never really read Thor, but I love the fact that it was Loki. That was like an actual like piece of shit Loki, not the MCU version of Loki. So that was fun. But it was like an anthology collection. So once the art changed to like some gross ass shit, like I'm really, really picky about the art in my comics. I was like, all right, I deleted it. I'm like, I'm not reading the rest of this. But it got me excited to read again. And then you actually read shit that matters. That's my fucking way that I trick my brain. When you're streaming for 10 hours, 5 days out of the week, this motherfucker's not reading in his downtime. Whatever he reads online is what he's reading. And that's it. And same thing goes with Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland. They have a producer for that reason. Some of the times they don't know the stories that they're going to cover. They leave that shit up to the producer. And those motherfuckers only work 4 days out of the week.
For a long time, it would in part be because of that giving of meaning and hope. And I'm sure you think that that's a big part of why you've managed to attract, so many people.
I think so too. Because there's a lot of hotties out there, like a lot better looking than myself, I would say. And I don't think many people are tuning in for their political opinions with regular frequency. So I do suspect it might have something to do with the content. But I take it with grace. It's not terrible. My haters and my lovers alike, when they write these profiles, they'll talk about my looks. And I guess that
y'all better jump my ass if I ever talk about my haters. Like, unironically. The Hamon, why does he talk like that? Let's see if I can find something quick. I've never actually looked this up, but let's find out. And yes, there's gonna be somebody making fun of them or whatever. Let's see.
I mean, I didn't even. I'm not even doing it. It's the joy.
That's hilarious.
Of
that is funny. That's what they do, though. I was surprised it was still up because this guy gets his shit pulled. Nope. So you got to make it into a joke. Got to make it into a joke. That way people don't actually. Is this an older one? Let's see.
Spreading unintentionally or intentionally spreading leftist ideas. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's bad.
Welcome back to the Hassan channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on online about
Again, this is from H3 Productions. They are Zionists, but guess what? We're just laughing at a clip on their fucking Reddit. I'm not going into business with a fucking Zionist and his IOF veteran wife. It's all performative. It's all performative.
At least she's like spreading unintentionally or intentionally spreading leftist ideas.
And he's eating that fucking mic. Maybe it's just the angle. My mic's like over here. I don't like having my mic near my face. It irritates me. But then if I have it too low, then I feel myself hunching. So it's kind of like a weird thing. I don't care for the mic. I'm loud and obnoxious enough without a microphone. But this was eating the mic, and that's his real fucking voice.
At least she's like spreading unintentionally or intentionally spreading leftist ideas. Maybe. I don't know.
And it's not, look, it's not a feminine voice. It's not like he has a squeaky voice. His voice is fine. But this was a fraud in almost every aspect of his life. Again, let's hear it.
At least she's like spreading unintentionally or intentionally spreading leftist ideas. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's bad.
Welcome back to the Hassan channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on.
Either he's a fraud about his voice, or he's on that fucking gear, and he had that second puberty. It was George. He tried saying it was a mic change, bro. What was his mic before? A fucking tin can? No, it's the audio changes in his mic in order to make himself sound more masculine, more manly. Bro, I might sound something like that in the mornings when I wake up, and I hate hearing that because it reminds me that I woke up. I'm awake.
Online about why I got banned.
Like well-respected actor roles that does not translate on the female side.
Grown ass adult here. Second puberty though.
At all. I would say Kathy Bates is like a good example though.
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you gonna show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Be honest, when you start steroids so we can screen cap your wrist, are my wrists gonna get thicker if I do steroids? Because I'll fucking do it, dude. I'll fucking do the damn thing, dude.
I'm actively critical of both parties.
Yeah.
Because I don't care. I don't care about party affiliation. I care about like doing right by people. That is a part of it.
I just care about it.
Having said that, I think the way that I see it, I look at a lot of these media hits as terrorist.
So yeah. Now we're just being petty though. Now we're just being petty. Yeah. Guys, I need a quick bathroom break. So I guess Mark Maron talks about Bill Burr being a fucking fraud. So I kind of want to show that. But I just I don't want to leave content playing while I walk away. So, because that's a very Hassan Piker thing to do. And I don't believe in stealing other people's content like that. So just give me a minute and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna like wrap up with reading the, that book that I sorry, not the book, but the article by Ghassan Kanafani. So let's just do that. Fucking idiot ass. I don't know what the fuck to put on real quick. Let me put something on real quick. Let me choose. Let's see here. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let's do this one. Almost. And I closed it. That's funny as fuck. Yeah, one last sec. Here we go. I despise Hassan Piker. It's because he is Cenk Uyghur's greatest creation. If you understand what TYT, was originally, they were trying to be like the Howard Stern.
They're all angels.
I'm repetitive. 8 months and still being a fucking hater. Be right back.
And none of them have any bad intent. It's sort of, no, of course not. That's, any description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption, but they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is grand, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult like getting money out of politics, at some point I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first...
He's such a moron, bro. Like, this is Jimmy Dore, Revolutionary Blackout Network, like levels of simplicity. The left and the right have to unite to be the establishment. The establishment is reactionary by nature. Like, how is the left expected to unite with reactionaries to beat reactionaries? That's not how it works. But Cenk Uyghur isn't part of the left. He's a liberal. He's a centrist. And we've seen historically every time that fascism is on the rise, centrists, liberals begin to bend the knee. And this is exactly what Cenk Uyghur is doing. He's bending the knee because he understands that under a fascist state, people with wealth like himself, with influence like himself, can be comfortable if they beg right, if they grovel enough, if they bow their heads low enough. They can't be spared. And that's what he's doing here.
First time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AMFest.
I'm sorry. I want to emphasize this part right here. For the first time in his life, there's a shred of hope.
Unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AMFest.
Okay. So he went to he went to AFS, sat down with Charlie Kirk, and his reasoning is that for the first time in his life, he has hope that the left and the right can unite. Mind you, he hates the left, so he means really the center, that liberals and reactionaries can unite to beat the establishment. Look, I'm just going to say Hitler was not part of the establishment when liberals aided him to ascend to power. All right? Keep that in mind. But the fact that he says, for the first time, I have hope under Donald Trump, that should let you know everything. For the first time in his life, he has hope that the left and the right can unite against the establishment, and it's thanks to Donald Trump. You see why, like, a scumbag opportunist like Cenk Uyghur was supporting Rick Caruso in Los Angeles, while him and Anna Kasparian were crying that Rick Caruso lost, a mini Donald Trump, a long life Republican who last minute, in order to run in California, switched his political affiliation to Democrat. Almost the opposite of Donald Trump, right? I think Donald Trump was like known as a Democrat, even though he, like Caruso, donated to both parties. So for Cenk, it's never been about opposing these authoritarian figures, these fascistic like businessmen. It's whether or not he could make money off of it. It's whether or not he could put his brand on it. And that's what he's desperately trying to do. Everybody's seeing through it though. And he's just hoping, he's trying to cash in on the fact that in a long enough, that the plan can last long enough that he could cash in. Because he saw like all these people are turning conservative. Well, my centrist, quote unquote, left wing business strategy has to change now.
Okay, I mean, the other night here on the show on Night School, I sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people who are saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you've sold out, you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement to give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that
I totally forgotten that was like a Charlie Kirk fucking about Charlie Kirk. Being weird. El perrito. I forgot I had bought this kind of like horchata cold brew like beverage. But it's like in carton, it's in carton, right? I forgot that I put it in the fridge this morning. It almost froze over. Right now it's like slushy, so it's like fuck it. It's not bad. All right. Where are we at? Yeah, we're 4 hours in. Let's knock this out. Should we put like some music in the background? I want to find like some like I don't know why I want to listen to something in the background while I read this. How loud is that for y'all? Is that background noise worthy? I don't know if this is like AI generated jazz shit or not. I just need something. I just can't have copyright music playing, or else this whole segment will get removed. Whoa. Silvio Rodriguez. What's that? Little louder? All right. Is that good? Or no difference? Better A, better B. Yeah, okay, then I do know who this is. Can't really hear it. Let's turn it up just a little bit. Amira, how's that? Perfect. All right. So 2 days ago, we started this and I believe we ended here September 1970. And remember, this is called, we read a little bit of it, The Specter of the Palestinian State, by Ghassan Kanafani and translated by Hazim Jamjoom. Awesome. Where did we leave off? Here we go. Now, I appreciate y'all for sticking around. I know that, you know, it's, like I said, start off the stream, especially when it comes to death, something that I unfortunately, at a very young age, became intimately aware of. Sometimes I don't handle that the best. And maybe you make the argument that I try to distance myself from it, dodge it. I don't go to funerals. I don't go to, it's just not my thing. So maybe that was playing a factor into the, the start of the stream. But yeah, once I found out that, or seen that they wanted Assata's family wanted some privacy, I was like, let me do my part and not contribute to it. Lana, thank you so much. So yeah, thank y'all for sticking around. Like I said, Mac had a great conversation about it. So I didn't feel a type of way about y'all being over there. About you choosing a white man over... No. Yeah, Jared's never gonna have me on. I was in there. I was watching their stream. I took notes of everybody who chose to be aligned with a white man over me. No, all jokes aside, which is, I got to joke around when I start feeling this way. It was absolutely great. People were on there and just really, really saying what needed to be said. No, we're still going to read this. We're going to read this. I ain't going nowhere till we're done with this. I haven't read this before, so it's a benefit to me. So whether y'all want to stick around or not, I'm going to read this entirely. I have a meeting. I got 2 meetings later on today. And then I'm celebrating one of my dearest, closest friends' birthday tonight. So hopefully I survive the night, because I am the tame one when it comes to my friend groups. Believe it or not, I'm the old man. Not by age, but by ability to drink beverages. So we'll see how that goes. It's gonna be tough. I'm hoping to survive it well enough to where tomorrow I could finally go spar for Saturday. I'll be able to go sparring. So I'm really excited for that. I haven't been training for the last 2-3 weeks though, so I am definitely gonna die. I'm gonna perish, not gonna lie. So I'm hoping not to go too heavy on the drinking tonight. I'm not a big drinker to begin with, but I am somebody that I'm not gonna be a party pooper. If we're fucking partying, if we're celebrating, we're fucking celebrating. We're doing it. And while I would rather chill out, hang out, and relax, if the party needs a little levity, a little life to it, aquí estamos. Fucking yipper. Starting the race war already. You can say beaner, yipper. I'll give you the pass. All right. Let's focus in. Let's lock in. Let's do a little serious for once. I really don't know how black people don't be using that word. I really don't. I don't get it. I'm like, yes, good. Yeah, Yipper basically letting me know I was gonna get jumped. In September 1970, the Jordanian regime proved, as it continues to prove, its strength and dispensability. There you go. And indispensability to its imperial masters. The idea that imperialism will relinquish one of the most notoriously solid and blood-soaked reactionary Arab regimes can be nothing more than an illusion, especially since that regime has proven its effectiveness as a reliable servant to imperial interests. Since 1936 through 1941, 1948, 1956, 1958, its role in disrupting the political union between Egypt and Syria, and more recently in 1967. The imperial overlords will neither overlook nor forget this. The Palestinian state in this form, and given this context, is not something we can comfortably foresee, though it may be the case that Jordan's overlords don't mind issuing a statement to the effect that they support Palestinians deciding their own fate. Those masters will not hesitate to use every means available to them, especially deepening their relations with a class of quizzling collaborators in the West Bank, to ensure such statements of solidarity are no more than abstract moralizations. Lower it a little bit, without a doubt. Let me know if that's good, Dan Walker. This is the first time trying this, so unfortunately I don't have it to where I could insert like the volume percentage. I'm big on that. If I'm like listening to something in the background, I will yell at Siri and tell her to lower percentage. I go 10%. I want to feel like fucking Tony Stark. Awesome. Okay. But yes, the abstract moralization is what we're seeing with this push for statehood by Canada, France, and these other Zionist collaborators. So far, Palestinian and Jordan's ruling class are concerned, the political map leaves no room for question. King Husseini's regime can no longer claim that it represents the will of the Palestinian people. And herein is how he lost the battle with the Palestinians, from which he ostensibly emerged victorious. That said, he has proven to the most powerful parties in the current power equation that he is the regime that must and can be relied on. This reliance cannot bear fruit except through an escalation of the violent repression of the Palestinian masses and the false fabrication of their will. Even if the current monarchy, I should say. Let me try that one more time. Even if the current monarchy, or its replacement in the ostensible coup, were to cut a separate deal with Israel to establish a Palestinian Judean homeland under whatever name, the Israelis and their imperial backers will not see this as a solution. Their main concern is not the question of whether to neutralize or continue dealing with the Judean regime that is already a settled part of the existing status quo. Their objective is to eliminate the Palestinian struggle. A Judean Palestinian will not guarantee this unless it comes about in the context of a comprehensive accommodation with all the Arab states, or at least most of them, and particularly the most powerful among them. And this brings us back, once again, to the journey of the negotiated peaceful settlement. And it's kind of sad and really pathetic how these compradors will jump through hoops and compete to guarantee that they can continue to serve empire and capital. And I'm not saying this to be sympathetic to them, but it's a little sad to know that you're the big dog and you're the most powerful within your region, but at the end of the day, you're a servant to the US, to the Zionists, to capital. It's understandable how a lot of these fools get a little too, like, they big themselves up a little too much because they're seeing the parades, they're seeing the marches, they're seeing the celebration. And they're like, oh yeah, I am that motherfucker. I can do that. And then they got to get put in place. You know, they get a little bit too big. What is it, for their britches? Is that how they say it? The journey of the Palestinian state. Having contextualized the question of a Palestinian state, we can now objectively answer the question as to why it is now being passionately characterized as imminent. It is important to note that discussions of a Palestinian state in its present iteration did not start with the Arab acceptance of the last U.S. initiative, but took its current form in the wake of a bloodbath of September 1970. In truth, talk of a Palestinian state has been floating around for a while, though always shrouded in ambiguity. Before the 1967 war, Lawrence Langner put forward an initiative to declare unified Greater Jerusalem as a state with the aim of spiritual and economic coexistence. They always advertise. Is it not birches? Breaches? Fucking assholes. You're all racist. You're all racist for making fun of my accent. But yes, Ann Walker reminds me of Zelensky, who thought he could tell Trump anything. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it was very performative. Maybe to save his ass from the white supremacists. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Chinimacha white people are less than 10% of the global population. Compradors are the main entities allowing the system to function. Yep. And that's why I think one of my favorite chapters, and it's kind of weird to say that it's a single chapter because it is kind of reiterated throughout the small text, is the PFLP strategies for the liberation of Palestine. Man, they go hard. They go hard because it is like they are the first pillars of opposition before the US or the Zionist entity has to get involved. It is the self-policing. It is the compradors who do the brunt work. The grunt work, yeah. The brunt of the grunt work. Amira. Amira's like, nah, she's not even saying no. She's just saying, I can be. Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. Zelensky is as much of a right-wing as Trump, but with much less power. Yeah, it's just that Zelensky fucked up by choosing to be the Jewish face of the Nazi Ukrainian, post-coup government. The very same thing that provided cover for him and the Nazi Ukraine militias is why he's at risk, and they will take him out the moment he's no longer useful. So I think that's a big part of the performance and against Trump and JD Vance at the White House wasn't even for like Democrats or liberals to fight for him and to push to continue arming Ukraine. It was for those, you know, legit white supremacists. No. But thank you for mentioning, like, you know why? This just reminded me of something that I didn't want to cover. What was it? Trump about stealing elections. Yeah, this shit was hilarious. But there's a video here. I know I saw it on the Twitters. Let's see. This shit was too good. I don't know if y'all saw this. Hold on. Motherfucker had me dying, bro. Hold on. I just find it on YouTube because it's not loud enough. Let's see. Come on, give me the fucking clip, bro. Here it is.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with President Erdogan of Turkey, and we've been
Hold on.
friends for a long time, actually, even for 4 years when I was in exile, unfairly, as it turns out.
When I was in exile? Oh, bro, I'm gonna start saying that now. Well, that's kind of disrespectful from the left, but Trump saying I was in exile is fucking hilarious.
Erdogan of Turkey, and we've been friends for a long time, actually, even
I don't like this camera angle. I'm not gonna lie. I do not like that camera angle. Be patient with me. Be patient with me, y'all. We'll find it. Is it this one? Here, though.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with President Erdogan of Turkey, and we've been friends for a long time, actually, even for 4 years when I was in exile, unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test a friendship. But he's a highly respected man. He's respected very much in his country and all throughout Europe. And
You gotta love that shit, bro. I don't know. I'm sorry, y'all. I love that shit. Ah, man. Rigged elections is so fucking good. So fucking good. It's just nice to see the mask lift off.
so whatever you could do would be.
Why is it so low, though? All these ones are so fucking low. Transcript. Man, fine. Rigged. Oh, it's that early into the fucking 31 seconds in? That's hilarious. Let's just go 28.
Fairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody.
Oh, man. So good.
But when I was in exile. Actually, even for 4 years when I was in exile, unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in.
Better than anybody is hilarious. That is hilarious. Yeah, who show was she on? Who is she to talk? Oh, you guys are gonna kill me for this. She had a talk show. She was always in the drama. She's currently sick right now. Older black woman. Williams. What's her first name? Williams. What's her first name? Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams. Is that? Am I remembering that? Trump. Have you all seen this? This is fucking legendary. Too good.
Him that when I'm at work, I'm actually doing work and not someone else. Now, Donald, I'm going to let you answer first. And your wife is a businesswoman, so I'm sure she works late sometimes as well.
But I think if he has that in the back of his mind, I mean, you love him that much?
Absolutely.
Can you live without him?
No, I cannot.
Because, you know, if
live
he
without him.
has that now in the back of his mind,
gonna
that
only
could
get-
be trouble.
It's only going to
For
get
the
worse.
future, I'm saying.
How long have you been with him? 12 years. And how old are you? 32.
And why boyfriend? He's not...
Yeah, exactly. That's another show.
Bro says, why boyfriend? Like, why does his mind like go to that space? Bro, like, you have no real life experience.
Oh, well, here's what I would suggest. You tell him that you're working late, and he better not, to prove his point, try to roll up at the job and do something embarrassing like, where is she, or cruise the parking lot. Okay. If he can't take your word for it, then you know what, after 12 years, maybe this is not the guy for you. And if we have to have another show on why it is you want to get married and he hasn't married you, then maybe they need to break up.
And you know what? I'm looking at you. You will have no trouble.
Him that when
Bro.
I'm at work, I'm actually...
Yeah, I mean, we could hate that he's that good. We could hate that he's that fucking hilarious. It's obnoxious. Some motherfuckers are just charismatic despite being fucking evil fucking ghouls. Yeah. Amira, I'm always trying to figure out who's the biggest idiot between this dude and George W. Bush. Nah, George W. Bush is playing a character. That was smart. He's just like a silly. He's a silly guy. You know what I mean? Like bro, like, oh, stop. You guys are distracting me too much. Like this, Jorge, and what's his fucking name? I'm having trouble with names right now. Bro, I don't understand it. I don't get it. This man should be locked up for his endless list of fucking war crimes. But this is very much the fucking... You know how some dudes, they call like golden retrievers? Bro loves being the little spoon. But he probably does not get to be the little spoon. Or a spoon at all. And you have to hate these people. But the most sickening part is that they're still fucking people. You know what I mean? They're still fucking people. That's a real like unsettling aspect of it all. Yeah, it's gross. And then like, bro, like it does not stop, bro. Look at it. He's fucking look at his face, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck do you say about this? Like, how is this a thing? Why is this reality? Why is this reality? I don't, and you know, I don't want to like be gross and speculate and all these things. But like, that's what I mean by like, he's just a silly guy that belongs in fucking locked up for the rest of his life, or Iraq and Afghanistan. Ah, man. Do we not keep the music? I'm trying to read. You're all distracting. No, Trump is 100% like a fucking menace on the mic. And what's funny about it too is like, it's not like usually to be that funny, like you need to come from like a little bit of a rougher background. It's too loud again? Oh yeah, it was too loud again. I forgot to turn it back down. Is that good? Is that fine? Oh, Eric Adams? Oh my gosh, hold on. He's a little bit too much of a tryhard, but he could have done some sketch comedy for sure. Have you seen this one? Hold on.
You go check me out 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm sending the
1 a.m. in the morning, bro. You're mayor. What the fuck are you doing up at 1 a.m. in the morning? What the fuck is happening?
You go check me out 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm sitting in the back of a closed barbershop or beauty salon, smoking a cigar and drinking some Henny or a single malt scotch. I was facing 33 years in prison for calling the fire department and telling them to do a building inspection. They wanted to take me out. I got $115 billion budget. Became mayor, black unemployment was 4 times the rates of whites. I cut it by 30%. I am paying the college tuition for foster care children so they don't age out and end up on the street. I gave free high-speed broadband to NYCHA residents because they were not having access to technology. I have more jobs in New York in the history of the city. I took 22,000 illegal guns off the street.
Too fucking good. Too fucking good. It's just what goes through your mind to say this shit out loud. How's that with the music? How's that? We're gonna refocus. Yeah, Albert, you're right. The city that never sleeps. I forgot who we were talking about. Tracy Morgan as mayor. Yes, bro. That's exactly it. And I'm not even a fan of 30 Rock like that. But yeah. Like 100%. Tracy Morgan. Yes, bro. Yes. Supposedly Tracy Morgan's like that like all the fucking time. Look at this shit. No, let's go YouTube, bro. Y'all seen this?
Stacy, Edgar Berlanga or Canelo? He's a big fan of Berlanga, but I guess he's out of it right now. Let's get a cup of coffee. Stacy Morgan, comedian.
Oh, here we go. This is my favorite one.
Everybody.
Depending on how much sleep and how hungry you are, Tracy Morgan might be the best fucking person to be around. If you got a good night's sleep, if you just ate, or you're gonna go eat, perfect person to be. Bro, this is madness. The man is rich as fuck. Could be sitting in believe me, he can afford to be sitting in those fucking private fucking areas at the airport. That he is a goddamn born entertainer every goddamn minute of the day. And he's not doing it for attention. He's not doing it for attention. He's doing it because that's who he is. And he's just living life. You love to see that shit, man. He's so fucking cool. All right, let's turn it back down. Is that good with the music? Shady Mach, I do remember being in New York in the 90s and walked out at almost midnight. You would have thought it was noon there. So many people walking about. Fuck, man. Sometimes I really want to visit New York, and then I remember that I don't. No disrespect, but it's just kind of like It seems so tiring. A city that busy. The food might make it worthwhile. Tracy Morgan to smooth jazz. I'm cultured. If nothing, I am cultured. All right. Where are we at? Let's see here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Imari. New York was great in the 90s and 80s and 90s, but now, Last time I was in Seattle. My second time in Seattle. Second or third time. The first time where I'm like, fuck, I could move here. All right. Let's get to it. Aziz Shahidi also called for a state in a 1969 issue of the Zionist journal New Middle East, and the same journal published a special issue on the subject in March 1970. There were also substantial rumors of a statehood project presented by some Palestinian notables. Two, you thought after the June 1967 defeat and modified after a meeting of notable in the Jerusalem home of Anwar Nusabeh in May 1970. On the 22nd of January 1970, the Jewish Chronicle reported for the first time on a current within the Israeli ruling party, Mapam, which considered the establishment of a Palestinian entity. On 14 May 1970, Iban discussed a Palestinian state on an Arabic radio broadcast. Then there was Fulbright, and after that Goldman, who had proposed the formula of a non-Israeli territory for the Palestinians, with reports of a certain Dr. Fishers of the Quakers examining the possibility of a Palestinistan on both banks of the Jordan River. Though these proposals can be considered instances of cause for a Palestinian state, they are characterized by a lack of clarity and specificity. Especially those of Fulbright and Goldman, which lumped the notion of a Palestinian state into the idea of a comprehensive, peaceful, negotiated settlement from the region as a whole. The focus on a Palestinian state as a solution that somehow stands on its own did not really take a clear form until after the events of September 1970. Only then did we witness the frenzy in the French and US press, and more recently the British press, proselytizing for Palestinian statehood beyond anything previously imaginable. It is rare for a reader to open up a Western newspaper these days without seeing one or two articles heralding the birth of a Palestinistan at any moment. But why? The main power of the Palestinian resistance is not, at this stage anyway, its military strength or the expanse of geographical territory under its control. If this reality was evident on a political level, it has only become more certain since the events of September 1970. The reactionary fascism of the Jordanian regime, which spared nothing in its arsenal of repression against the resistance, became more convinced than ever before that the power of the resistance was never in the number of rifles in its armories or the number of above ground offices from which it carried out its activities. What happened was that despite the military carnage enacted by the Jordanian regime upon the resistance in September, in its wake, the real size of the resistance was nowhere near as effective as its military capacities. As a result, the victory of September operation, instigated by Israel and the imperial powers and implemented by its reactionary collaborator, remains incomplete. It requires a follow-up operation aimed not at crippling military power of the resistance, but at undercutting the social and political ground beneath its feet, effectively ending it as a movement that represents the fighting will of the Palestinian masses. I mean, and that is the threat of guerrilla warfare, right? That despite its numerical minority, the impact with that commitment to resistance is the real fucking threat, and the inspiration of being the David to the Goliath, and how that inspires people that may feel defeated, that may lack revolutionary optimism, can see, holy fuck, they're not even, a recognized united military force, and yet they're crippling these giants. And that is the real threat, the inspiration of it all. And for me, sometimes when I look at, like, when we talk about Andor or the Hunger Games, I think the beast recognizes that we need that outlet. And so it feeds us the fictional revolutionaries, so that when we do come across real revolutionaries on our screens or what have you, it's not a shock to our psyche and our system. We're like, oh, it's like that thing that I saw. And so it also becomes a normalization or commodification of revolutionaries. When if we didn't have that media, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but if we didn't have that media and we see the Qassam brigades, we see all these Palestinian revolutionaries doing their acts of courage, that, I mean, because the only other example we have is Hollywood shit. It's baffling. Like, it almost seems at times like it's not even real. Right? Obviously, I don't think I could show it here, but when they roll up, almost strolling, obviously in a tactful way, excuse me, and just drop shit because these fucking Zionists are too fucking lazy to close, or too spoiled, really, to bear any uncomfortability. And so they risk their safety and well-being and their livelihoods. And these fools just roll up and whoop. Like, you see that, and the courage required to carry out that operation so smoothly. Fuck, to set up the cameras, to spread that propaganda of resistance. I don't know where I was going with all that, but what I'm getting at is, I do think that it is part of their threat is how inspirational it is. And that the beast combats that by commodifying it into big Hollywood films, so that instead of being inspired by them, we're inspired by the fucking Avengers. We're inspired by Superman. This cannot be done in any straightforward way. It would require a meticulously planned strategy that can divide the loyalists of the Palestinian masses, undercutting the social pillar that the resistance relies upon, not only in order to achieve its emancipatory objectives, but those that form the bedrock on which the resistance justifies its very existence. The Palestinian State Project is precisely the bomb planted to undermine the social foundation of the resistance. One more time. The Palestinian State Project, which is being pushed right now in the middle of a genocide, right? This was decades old, but that strategy is still being implemented today. The Palestinian State Project is precisely the bomb planted to undermine the social foundation of the resistance. You have your state. Why the fuck are you still complaining? You have your state. What more do you fucking want? You have your state. We recognize you. why are you still fighting to liberate the rest of your land? That is the objective of this fucking statehood. That is how it's being weaponized. This project would need to be specifically designed to obliterate popular loyalty to the resistance movement. If the opposing forces can guarantee the elimination of the resistance movement standing as representatives of the Palestinian will, it will be quite easy to impose any form of surrender upon the Palestinian masses. That part right there. It has to be seen and recognized as surrender. These half victories have to be acknowledged as surrendering. And it's why you do not compromise with the colonizer, because you're handing them victory. They cannot win in the long term without completely exterminating the indigenous population. Anything short of that means that their defeat is unavoidable in a long enough time frame. Maybe that's naive of me, but I truly do see it that way. That no matter how long occupation lasts, it is not victory. So compromising with them is rewarding their atrocities. Compromising with them is legitimizing them. It is surrender. And that will be the condition for complete recognition of a so-called, this is perfect, the Palestinistan. That is what they're pushing. That is what they're promoting once again. And because we're so uneducated and we have so, such short-term memory, and we are being misled by the Hassan Pikers, by the Sam Seders, by the Peter Beinards, by the John Stewarts, because we're being misled by these people that we think are allies of Palestinians. Because of these fucking ghouls, we have that short-term memory, and we don't recognize that, hey, they're repeating the same fucking plays. They're repeating the same fucking plays. That's why it is important to read, to engage with this source, and not prioritize fucking Zionists the way that Matt Leck from the Majority Report does, but prioritizing Palestinian resistant voices. There's a reason why the Zionist entity assassinated him. Because he saw through the fucking illusion and lies. It is no coincidence that the campaign for a Palestinian state has become more clamorous in the wake of the September bloodbath. A major effect of the September massacre has been a mass psychological sense of bleakness that can be fully exploited to the present and embellish the idea of a Palestinian state as some sort of salvation. In the midst of a genocide, bleakness, exploitation of the mass psychological sense of bleakness. Wow. The sad part is how prevalent and how applicable this all still is. It is no coincidence that the campaign for a Palestinian state has become more clamorous in the wake of the September bloodbath, in the wake of a genocide. A major effect of the September massacre has been a mass psychological sense of bleakness that can be fully exploited to present and embellish the idea of a Palestinian state as some sort of salvation. The importance of this idea has nothing to do with how realistic or achievable it is, but in it being dangled in front of the overwhelmed masses as an alternative. At a time when the resistance movement, for its own subject and objective reasons, is unable to offer any direct or short-term alternative. And that aspect of it is like, hey, a resistance movement is not going to be able to bring forth a plan or like a solution because they're fighting for one. Whereas the compradors, the sellouts, the normalizers can offer a solution up front because they're in negotiations, consistently in contact and communication with and working alongside with the colonizer. So they always have something on the table. They always have something on the table to present and say, see, I can give you something. But that's just a poison fucking pill. Whereas resistance forces, more often than not, can provide nothing but resistance because who the fuck are they? They're not negotiating. They're attempting to achieve victory. And the negotiations that they're involved in are illegitimate, not because of them, but because of the colonizer. They recognize that, fuck, if we give them an inch, that's a fucking huge victory. proposing the Palestinian state at this time in this way aims to seriously isolate the resistance and undercut its mass popular base. This is the way to impose surrender upon the Palestinian people. Because such a surrender cannot be imposed so long as the resistance movement is able to hold its position as the sole representative of their will. So anyone trying to undercut the Palestinian resistance forces, in this case Hamas specifically, is attempting to defang Palestinian resistance in any fucking form. That's why when we hear Peter Beinart on the Majority Report with Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland push for Hamas to surrender its weapons and solely become a political entity, we recognize that as a liberal Zionist, he's pushing this in order to bring an end to resistance. And because Sam Seder's so much of a Zionist and Emma Vigeland's so much of a WASP to engage with actual Palestinian resistance voices, they're unaware that they're contributing, or maybe they are, maybe I'm being too generous, as Zionist normalizer propagandists. This is why the Palestinian state idea has been pushed prematurely as something that's within reach, something on the verge of bursting forth as a reality. The effective aim of this push is to confuse and disrupt Palestinian popular loyalty to the resistance, to fragment this loyalty and thus steal it away. Which is, I mean, the whole plan of the CIA and just Western powers is to vilify the resistance forces, to enlist a blockade in Cuba, to pass sanctions in Iran, right? All of these things are done to vilify those resisting Western hegemony. By simply contrasting the exaggerated propaganda for the Palestinian state as something on the verge of being actualized with the practical and objective impossibility of it coming into existence under the current conditions, the contradiction becomes clear. It is a trap set up for two purposes. First, eviscerating popular loyalty to the resistance, currently at an ebb, by spreading doubt about the effectiveness of the resistance in the long run. Woo, okay. The statehood trap then attempts to fill the void left by disenchantment with the resistance by dangling statehood as the promised salvation, masquerading as a possibility on a near horizon. And this just brought this to mind. Let's see here. I think Peter should be enough. Oh, here it is. Here, this is it. Let me pause this quickly. Remember with Peter Beinart, one of the things that he says is that we have to... Come on. I'll go back right now. There's more to this. Here we go. Peter Beinart pushes that it's a problem that we're rewarding Palestinian resistance and we must reward Palestinian compradors. That's what he was highlighting.
Would analogize October 7th to the first Intifada. Now, it's different in one very fundamental way, which was that the first Intifada was mostly stone throwing and had a lot of nonviolence, and the October 7th was kind of horrifying attack that killed many, many civilians, including the elderly and the women, and kind of, I think, really deeply immoral. But it was like the first Intifada. Palestinians have to be allowed to recreate a legitimate PLO and then decide.
Here we go. This part.
Kind of, I think, really deeply immoral. But it was like the first Intifada. Palestinians have to be allowed to recreate a legitimate PLO and then decide for themselves essentially what the direction of the Palestinian nationalist movement. Now, of course, that's really difficult given what Hamas has done and given the fact that in the West Bank in particular, it's more popular. And that's why I think you've seen some Palestinians talking about some arrangement in which Hamas might be willing to disarm and leave and stop running Gaza in exchange for entering the PLO as a political party, because it's still going to exist. Palestinian Islamism, the Palestinian wing of the Muslim Brotherhood, is going to exist after this war. It's a reality. And so that seems to me, even though it's pretty difficult, that seems to me to beginnings of a way forward.
So he's like, it's a reality and we have to know how to defang it. We have to know or how to it's going to continue to exist, but we have to make sure that it exists in a way that we could manage it. And by we, I mean the Zionists. By we, I mean the U.S.
But what I think the critical role for the U.S. is essentially to show Palestinians that if they resist their oppression in a way that conforms to international law and is ethical, that we will support it. Because one of the things that has made Hamas more successful is the fact that the United States has relentlessly defeated and opposed and shut down what I would call ethical Palestinian resistance to oppression. We have, every time the Palestinians have gone to the United Nations or the International Criminal Court, we supposedly are the great defenders of the liberal international order. We want to use the International Criminal Court to punish the Russians. But literally, when the Palestinians try to use these mechanisms that we supposedly believe in, we literally talk about defunding the International Criminal Court. When we say, why don't you produce Palestinian Gandhis? And then when they create a boycott, divestment, sanction, you don't have to agree with every aspect of BDS. But if you basically want to try to criminalize the same method that we celebrated when the civil rights movement did it, when the South Africans did it, then what message are you sending to Palestinians? You are sending the message to Palestinians that the only thing that Israel and the United States recognize is force. That violence is the only language we understand. And in fact, Hamas has repeatedly, and Hezbollah, have repeatedly told Palestinians, you know what? We deliver for you. Those other guys don't. Mahmoud Abbas has essentially even tried a collaborationist strategy. He said, you know what we'll do? We'll work with you to make sure.
Disgusting fucking vile Zionists. And these two fucking bastards, the one who refuses to call himself anti-Zionist, and this fucking wasp that claims that anyone, including me, that calls them out for the Zionists that they are, is anti-Semitic, have blood on their fucking hands. I'm sorry for how sped up that was. And I only fucking clipped that shit out because of that fucking white man, ogre boy. Goddamn 50 calling himself a boy, fucking weirdo ass. He's a fucking clown. But I'm grateful to him. I'm glad when I'm arguing with people and they demand receipts, because guess what? And I'll have a reason, an excuse to drop everything that I'm doing that actually matters. And be petty, because that takes priority above all things, pettiness, and start clipping things apart. With, the full title of the video that you can look up yourself and watch the entirety of it. And I can start providing clips and being like, yo, here they are. And what did that fucking coward do? He deleted his fucking messages. Pathetic. But this is exactly what they're talking about. Peter Barnard was talking about eviscerating popular loyalty to the resistance. He was talking about spreading doubt about the effectiveness of the resistance in the long term. That's what he was saying. We have to reward ethical resistance, meaning a resistance that is just performative, moralizing, that won't actually threaten the continued existence of the Zionist project, because the goal of a liberal Zionist is yes to compromise in order to secure the long-term stability, safety, prosperity of the Zionist project, its continued existence. The statehood trap then attempts to fill the void left by disenchantment with the resistance by dangling statehood as the promised salvation, masquerading as a possibility on the near horizon. Cenk Uygur was advocating for the Palestinian Authority to lead, to be the head of a Palestinian state, in order to prove to Palestinians, like, hey, look, the PA got you a state, something that Hamas was unable to do, something that the armed resistance couldn't achieve. Let me drop the link again. Sorry. This is why we love Lana. Always on top of it, but I'll step up. Always appreciate the mods. All right. Second, baiting the resistance to wage a decisive battle prematurely, leading to the elimination of its physical, military existence before it is actually able to fight the real battle against the peacefully negotiated settlement more broadly. Preparation for the confrontation. The analysis so far should not be understood to mean that a collaborating Palestinian state, Palestinistan, is actually in the realm of the impossible, or that any effort should be spared in preparing for and working to confront and ensure its failure. To confront and ensure its failure. To confront and ensure its failure. Can you imagine the shit that the Hassan Pikers, the Sam Seder, the Crystal Balls, the Cal Kalinske, the leftist mafia would be saying about Ghassan Ghanafani. And again, I always apologize for butchering names, especially of legends. Can you imagine the shit they would be saying? If he was alive today, saying, no, we must do everything. We must do everything to ensure the failure of essentially a two-state solution. It'd be ridiculous. No, what we must know instead is the major difference in planning and executing a confrontation with an inevitable danger around the corner, and preparing nerves calm and hearts ablaze. Love that. Nerves calm and hearts ablaze to confront this danger, which is very much a possibility further down the road. It would be an error in judgment to consider this threat an impending one on the short term. It would drag us into a battle for which the enemy has chosen the time, place, and tools. Dude, this is such a fucking guerrilla mindset. Why give them this so much advantage? Sure, it might look like we're losing now. It might look like we're not opposing this to our full ability, but that's because they set up the parameters for this battle. So we're not even going to fucking engage the way they want us to. Genius. It would also enable the enemy to further its own agenda without having to worry about facing the threat of resistance. It is an absolute certainty that Palestinian will one way or another be part of the peacefully negotiated settlement program if and when political surrender is forced upon the Arab regimes. As such, confronting this danger remains tied to the current overall confrontation between the Arab liberation movement and the imperialist onslaught. As a project, Palestinian can only be part of the broader battle currently waged by the Palestinian and Arab liberation movement. This means that the ability to ensure this project's failure in the coming period rests on this movement's ability to regroup and reinvigorate itself, and to strengthen its bond with the mass movement across the Arab world. I love that it's always, and sure, it's the Arab world, but it's such a internationalist perspective, right? It's not abiding to the borders set out by, European colonizers. And it's so beautiful to always see that in the forefront, because especially here in the belly of the beast, our leftist leaders are always preaching, nationalism, or framing everything from a nationalist perspective. 100%, David Barnes. A conversation needs to be had on the real casualties IOF has suffered from guerrilla fighters. It's downplayed to make them seem illegitimate. Yeah. There's the reason why it's the air bombardment is so prevalent, is because anytime they set foot in there, they lose. Now, I seen somebody I saw a liberal criticize Hassan Piker wearing a shirt about Gaza being the cemetery of imperialism or something like that. I do think it's in poor taste in the middle of a genocide. Because right now, unfortunately, it is the cemetery of the innocent. It is the cemetery of the native indigenous Palestinians, of men, women, and children, of non-combatants. I know Afghanistan has that moniker of, the graveyard of empires. So maybe they were trying to play off of that. But let's not I don't know, like, let's not in order to dunk on Zionists, let's not diminish the lives lost at Zionist hands, the loss of innocence. I know it sounds fucking cool to say something like that, but it's like, Can you save at least that type of language? And maybe not be so, I don't know, maybe it was a Palestinian person who created that shirt. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. It was a Gaza, this like cemetery of colonialism, maybe. Is it like a t-shirt? Not that it matters. I'm getting distracted. We'll get back to the reading. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Oh, you know when he was wearing it? When he was talking to what's her name? What is her name? Rashida Tlaib. That's who it was. Let me see. Oh, but it was in Arabic, so I'm not gonna be able to find it.
It just made me really, yeah.
Hi.
If you have anybody you want to call,
You get a good shot of the t-shirt.
why?
Too cool shirt. Excuse me. All right. Distractions. Honestly, man, it's so. I've been saying this for a minute, but like, and I get a little uncomfortable when I do say it. The fact that Rashida Tlaib did not run for president as an independent, fuck, even a DSA candidate, something like that. Maybe with the PSL, who knows? But at the very least, as an independent, with the sole focus on ending the genocide, and push the Democratic Party in that manner instead of this non-committed bullshit that we knew was gonna end up funneling people into the Democratic Party. The moment that they gave just one capitulation, which the Democratic Party didn't even need to do. The fact that they never called to not vote for the Democratic Party, or Rashida Tlaib, that is. The fact that she did not leave the party. Like I said, at the very least, run for president to end the genocide, challenging the party. Like, that'll never sit right with me, especially with her sister's involvement and how she was moving in some weird ways. So it makes total sense for me that Rashida Tlaib would be hyped up to see Hassan Piker, who voted for Kamala Harris. It would be a grave error to fall into the trap set along the resistance movement's path by wittingly or unwittingly joining the herd that exaggerates how close we are to the establishment of the phantasm Palestinian state. To exaggerate the imminence of Palestinistan, it would be as dangerous as to completely ignore it. It would contribute to the enemy propaganda campaign that aims to portray the resistance as unrepresentative of the will of the Palestinian masses, and would also draw the resistance into a battle for which it is currently ill-equipped. Ignoring it would prevent us from preparing for the inevitable confrontation. What I will say about this part here, it would contribute to the enemy propaganda campaign that aims to portray the resistance as unrepresentative of the will of the Palestinian masses. This is so important because liberal Zionists, and I heard this a lot from like the Cenk Uygurs, but really anybody who either directly or indirectly condemned Hamas, this was their avenue by saying Palestinians are not Hamas, Palestinians are not Hamas, was to say, hey, Hamas is not representative of Palestinians, of the masses of Palestinians. And that was to vilify them and remove them and say, no, they're the bad apples. They're the ones you need to get rid of. But the rest of the Palestinians, they're good, I promise. They won't resist, I promise. They'll behave, I promise. A Palestinian state needs to be examined meticulously. There are currents that have already begun to argue that the establishment of Palestinian is a necessary evil. On this basis, the argument continues. The resistance movement should preserve its fighting force for the next stage of the struggle. Such opportunist currents propagating such faulty assessment of the situation need to be decisively confronted because they ultimately serve the same base from which the Palestinian state assault has been launched. The way that, and I try not to curse under this, but the way that it used to be where it's not like, oh, we're on the same side. Hassan Piker, Baden Panada, Noah Samson, all these fucking people. Oh, we're on the same side. We shouldn't argue against each other. We should keep it behind closed doors. And then all these fucking actual revolutionaries were like, no, we need to call that shit out loud and immediately so that it doesn't become normalized, so it doesn't become adopted, so that it doesn't become legitimate. We need to call out the bullshit immediately, without any hesitation, without the kid gloves. It's so fucking beautiful. What happened to the left, y'all? What the fuck happened? We let a bunch of these fucking affluent rat libs take control of it. And so we became just as soft as them. Nah, man. I swear, criticism to them is like fucking UV rays. Criticism to Wonder Bread Tube is UV rays. And they can't handle that fucking shit. They're not built for accountability. The primary mission that the resistance must tackle presently is to strengthen its position as the representatives of the will of the Palestinian masses by unmasking the Palestinian state campaign and exposing it as part and parcel of a broader movement for a peacefully negotiated settlement. This can only be done by identifying and mobilizing the common principles and objectives of all the militant revolutionary factions to build and maintain a Palestinian front for national liberation. And that's why when you see the continued vilification and pointing to Hamas, remember, it's not just Hamas. And that's why I usually try to say the Palestinian resistance forces to be broader, understanding that there's different fucking groups there. It's not just some fundamentalist Islamic jihadist fucking movement, right? But at the same time, I also don't only want to call it the Palestinian resistance forces because it is being led courageously by Hamas. So we shouldn't diminish their success because of the propaganda of, Western powers. But the fact that it's a united front is also very beautiful. And the PFLP has said, we failed. We failed to meet the needs of the Palestinian masses. Hamas has succeeded. We're a united front. Escalating military action against the Israeli enemy, even if this translates into a phase of tactical profligacy. That's a good one. Let's see. Profligacy. Reckless extravagance or wastefulness in the use of resources. Escalating military action against the Israeli enemy, even if this translated into a phase of tactical, like just being over the top, wasteful. Like I kind of love this because it's kind of like sometimes you just gotta fucking make some fucking noise and break some shit. Chris Hedges would disapprove, but that's astonishing to see. Exerting political and militant pressure against the forces of reaction in Jordan, strengthening, institutionalizing, and deepening ties with Arab progressive and patriotic forces. And there we go. There we go. We made it to the end. This is definitely something I'm going to reread on my own and implement in my argumentation against liberal Zionists. And I mean, you could say that about any of his work. But again, now seeing the same repeated strategies being used, it speaks volumes. They expect us not to read this. They expect us not to engage with radical Palestinian voices. Beautiful. I want to thank you all for joining me today, for being patient with me, especially in the beginning, as I struggled to articulate and determine what approach we should take with the passing of a true, real revolutionary in Assata Shakur. I'm not sure if I did the right thing or not. I'm just trying to be respectful to the best of my abilities and be as honest as possible to my internal conflicts. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. Thank you for sticking around and putting up with my reading. I think the jazz ended. My bad. I never put it back on. My apologies. We'll find better jazz, I promise. Or maybe just this very, what do you call that? Like hipstery image just throwing me off. Thank you for supporting the channel just by being here, hitting the like button. For those of you that send super chats when you can, thank you. We're all struggling. We're all working. I'm not trying to cultivate a hipster white Radlib audience. So I really do cherish and appreciate any and all support. Hit the like if you haven't. Get busy in the chat. Don't be scared. Leave a comment. Go ahead. Don't forget to subscribe to Deculturation Live. That's where everything will remain and stay up. Let me go ahead and find that real quick. I'm going to be working tomorrow on an edited video. Finally going to be commenting on the Charlie Kirk. You know, y'all heard me talk about it, but I think the way that I'm going to organize my thoughts and really expose and highlight the hypocrisy, the cowardness of these rat libs, the self-preservation nature that will eventually lead to them betraying us even more blatantly. I'm not concerned about who the shooter was more than the fact that he was not part of the left, that he was white. And that's all that should really matter to us as we watch the right cannibalize itself. Fighting over not being racist enough. A beautiful thing to watch. For now, tentatively, the title is called Laugh Now, Laugh Later, which is a play on, you know, Laugh Now, Cry Later. I am admittedly gonna double down on the whole brownness of me and this channel. So let me know what you think with the aesthetics and the approach that are coming up, the changes I'm making. Only because I had to recognize that if I am one of the few brown voices here, and I don't want people being misled by these Chicano, Aztec, Asan warriors, then I need to at least visually appeal, aesthetically appeal to other brown people. And I'll do my best without being too cringy about it, because I've outgrown that so much. But thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting in the ways that you do. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Yes, do.